Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Boy, do I have a show for you today. Most of you know I've been sick and, dealing with a lot of personal stuff, so I apologize that I'm here late today. But I do want to sort of hop into the Proctor stuff. It's already happening, but I was going to back it up. For anybody who has missed some of it and is trying to play catch up, we might back that up. I heard that the openings were fairly good, and I want to see the whole thing, so I figured, not everybody probably got on there right at 9:30 to see it. So I figured, sorry, I'm just seeing in the light that the purple kind of didn't blend well right there. We back it up a little. Back it up a little bit. Just a smidgel, just a smidgen, a skid a bit. So let me pull it up on said screen here. Hold on a second. All right. Go to the front here. Skip to where they're actually talking might help, right?
And later this year,
Hey. Let me fix the bubbles. Looks like the bubbles are in the wrong.
Mr. Chairman, will begin recording. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner.
My name is Angela C. McConney, MCC ONN.
Audio's not great.
I am
so I'm gonna shut up.
For the Massachusetts Civil Service Commission. With me today is Rob Quinan, Quinan, the General Counsel of the Commission. The time is approximately 9:30 a.m. on August 26, 2025. This first day of hearing is being held in person at the offices of the Civil Service Commission at 100 Cambridge Street in Boston, Massachusetts. Additional days of hearing are scheduled for tomorrow, August 27, 2025, and later this year on October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. I am the hearing officer for today's appeal, filed with the Civil Service Commission on March 27, 2025, and docketed as case number D1-25085. The appellant in this matter is Michael D. Proctor, Proctor. At this time, I ask that co-counsel for Mr. Proctor please stay seated and introduce yourselves and spell your names for the record.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Daniel Moynihan, Attorney Daniel Moynihan on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Moynihan.
Good morning, Commissioner. Mark Russell, MARK, RUSSELL, on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. The respondent in this matter is the Massachusetts Department of State Police. At this time, I again ask that counsel for the department stay seated, introduce yourselves, and spell your names for the record.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Stephen Carley on behalf of the respondent, Massachusetts Department of State Police, STEPHENCARLEY.
Who is with you today, Mr. Carley?
This is my associate, Pamela Rottenberg.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
It's RAUTENBER.
Thank you, Ms. Rottenberg. Thank you, Mr. Carley.
Madam Commissioner, may I also introduce my associate,
Yes.
Zachary Green,
Thank
from our
you.
office.
And spell your last name, Mr. Green?
GREEN.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. This appeal was filed by the appellant pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of Chapter 22C.
Also gonna
which
say,
applies to the state police.
these appeals are a
matters,
joke. These
and
hearings
sections 41
officers,
through 45
in my
of
opinion,
Chapter 31,
they're a joke.
known as the Civil Service Law. The
Most
appellant
of
is
the time-
contesting the department's decision to terminate his employment as a state trooper.
It doesn't go in the, nobody
Under
wins
the
friggin'
applicable
appeals.
law, the burden is on the
Realistically.
Department of State Police to show, by a preponderance of the evidence, that the appellant engaged in misconduct that warrants discipline. If the state police meets that burden, then the burden shifts to the appellant to show why termination as opposed to a lesser penalty, was not the appropriate level of discipline.
And he can't
This
show
hearing
that.
is conducted in accordance with the standard adjudicatory rules of practice and procedure, 801 CMR, formal rules, with provisions of Chapter 31 taking precedence over any conflicting rules.
Most of these hearings officers are not even well versed in some of the aspects of these appeals, which is just, it's,
Excuse me.
these hearings are a joke in my opinion. This should be heard in a court, but this is to get to that step of like suing and stuff like that to get your job back. You have to go through all of this. Hi, Michelle. I did bring it back. I mean, those of you who have already been watching it, you know, I'm sorry I'm late, but I know that there's plenty of people who didn't watch it from the beginning, so I thought we'd bring it back to the beginning so everybody can see what the hell is going on here. All right, come on with this nonsense. We're not going to sit here for 20 minutes waiting for them to click buttons. Hold on.
Please give me a few minutes.
Give her a few minutes. Well, she got more than a few, by the way, folks.
7th, 2025, and later this year on October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. I am the hearing officer for today's appeal,
Yeah, we already heard
filed
that,
with the
lady.
Civil Service Commission on March 27th, 2025,
Oh my
and
God.
docketed as case number D1-20,
Okay.
with the option of recalling this witness in
That's ridiculous.
also being audio and video recorded by the Commission via the WebEx platform. A court reporter is also present to transcribe the hearings, and that transcription will be the official record of this hearing.
We have an
At the
official record
conclusion of
right
this
here, ma'am.
proceeding later this year, the parties will be given the opportunity to submit post-hearing briefs, at which time the record will close. Any final decision issued by the Commission regarding this appeal will be sent to the parties via email only. The Commission's decision will also be published on the Commission's public website at mass.gov/CSC.
Commission's a
All
joke anyway.
final adjudicatory decisions of the Commission are subject to judicial appeal under
That's right.
Chapter 30A of the General Laws. Before we begin, a few housekeeping matters. First, in a final ruling sent to the parties yesterday, and after considering the objections of both parties, I have entered into evidence 36 exhibits from the Department of State Police.
Wait, hold on. So she just said that of the objection of both parties, both, you know, the state police and Michael Proctor's attorney. So under the objection of both of them, we're just going to enter this shit anyway, because, hey, if people are going to, you know, stream this hearing, let's make a shit show out of it, shall we? It's like, I'm sorry, but these commissions, post-commission, all these commissions are a fucking joke. And realistically, the people who are running these commissions, who are getting the jobs in these commissions, are who knows who better and who did someone's, you know, family member a solid and got them a job on these commissions. I mean, unfortunately, it's one of those things where you have to cross your T's and dot your I's before you can go to like regular court, as I would call it in this scenario, and actually hash it the fuck out. The fact that you have to even do this ahead of time is just absurd in so many ways. But here's the thing, the punishment needs to fit the crime. And I know of 0 times that a officer's private text messages have been used to fire them. Also, just FYI, just because he's a cop doesn't mean he doesn't have freedom of speech. He does. Okay, those were meant to be private messages, and they took days away from other people who not only knew about it but read it. So it's like, okay, cool. For superiors above him who saw it, read it, liked it, whatever, they just got vacation days taken away. But him, oh no, he gets fired. Punishment has to match the crime, and in this case, the facts are this. The law, the actual law is actually on Michael Proctor's side here, because you can't fire somebody discriminatory. And so people under discrimination reasons, and people are like, well, I love when people say this to me because it's like one of those things where it's like, you don't know the law. Saying this it just makes me laugh. But they're like, it's a right to work state, Elise. They can fire you for any reason. And I hear this from people all over the country. My state's a right to work state. They can fire you for any reason, right and wrong. They cannot fire you for illegal reasons or discrimination, or, for instance, if they are not using that same practice on everybody else. For instance, if they fire you on a first offense of doing something, but they've given somebody else 3 chances for the exact same thing, they can't fire you. It has to match, right? Or you can sue to get your job back and back wages, which you should. So people are under this false assertion that, oh, it's a right to work state, so they can just fire you for anything they want. Yes and no. They can, but they also cannot fire you for reasons that would fall under the law that would be illegal or discriminatory. This falls under that. So I'm interested to see, because in my opinion, it doesn't matter what he does or doesn't do in this appeal hearing. Bottom line is this appeal hearing is, they're just going to say, oh, yep, the Massachusetts State Police is right. Cool, whatever. He should still be fired. And then he's just going to appeal that further into regular court, which it should be to begin with. And that's where it's really going to get hashed out and say, okay, well, wait a second. This didn't really fit the law and the way this works. But that's why I say, like, these appeals and these hearings that they have to do are just such a fucking waste of time, because reality is it's who can grease whose palms and who knows who better. And the state police as an entity are going to win in these every time, even if they're wrong. I mean, to be fair, how many officers have they thrown under the bus for their own lack of leadership at the top, for their own lack of oversight? They will continue to throw officers who are following orders, or officers who are doing their job, or officers who are smeared by one person online and then it blew up. They're going to throw those people under the bus before anybody at the top takes any sort of, at least 3 officers that I know of that didn't do anything, criminal or anything. I've never hurt anyone, have been thrown under the bus by the state police to save their own asses. And it's really fucking deplorable, in my opinion. All right. End rant. Thanks to my welcome to my TED Talk.
58 exhibits from the appellant.
I had to, I'm sorry.
As those exhibits have already been entered into evidence, there is no need to request that they be entered prior to referencing them at today's
Cool,
hearing.
lady. The fact she entered them against objections
Second,
of both parties is just
I
fucking
accepted the
insane.
department participant list,
It shows you what
indicating
a
that the department
shit show this
at
is going to
this
be.
time has only one witness.
And I've seen none
We
of
will
this
hear
yet.
from him shortly. The department has committed to completing direct examination of this witness today. It is the commission's expectation that the appellant will complete cross-examination tomorrow, with the option of recalling this witness in October if necessary.
In October?
I urge counsel for both parties to use your time wisely and make adjustments accordingly as the day goes on to ensure conformance with these time allocations. Third, I hereby order the sequestration of witnesses. Any individual who is a potential witness in this matter may not attend or view any part of this proceeding until the conclusion of their testimony.
Cool, great. You should have already done that.
Counsel for both parties have been allotted 15 minutes for opening statements.
That's it.
Since the audio is being captured by the table microphones, I'm asking counsel as well as witnesses to please stay seated while speaking, to speak loudly and clearly, and avoid any crosstalk. Please allow questions to be completed before objecting.
I like her glasses. I don't know why I noticed that, but I like her glasses.
I ask that counsel for the Department of State Police proceed with an opening statement to be followed by an opening statement by counsel for the appellant. I would ask Mr. Quinnen to please keep the time.
Commissioner Conley, may I just
15 minutes isn't enough time to say shit.
Procedure.
Is this something separate from the motions that I allowed yesterday?
No, yes, it is. Yes.
Can this wait until after openings?
No. No.
It can. It concerns the sequestration order.
If anyone is going to testify, or you think they will, they shouldn't be in this room.
No, the difficulty is the fact that we're here at the request of the commission to start this process today.
Correct.
Despite the fact that we're awaiting discovery from the department, as you know.
Sir.
And we don't know
Have
who.
anybody
We don't know who all our
Hold on,
witnesses.
one at a time, please.
Yes, if I'm speaking, don't speak.
Sorry.
That's quite simple. First of all, I'm trying for this.
Wow,
for-
bitch. Wow.
If you have anyone who is a potential witness, they should not be in this room. That's all.
Okay, I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry, but let me point out two things. One, Ted Daniels, you are a cuck, okay? I see you back there, Ted Daniel. Go away. Nobody likes you. You're terrible. This is why nobody trusts mainstream media. You're one of the reasons. Just let's throw that out there. Number two, her attitude already, which is like, I am the boss. Lady, first of all, let's just settle down for a second. You're not a judge, ma'am. Okay. I know you sort of act as a de facto judge in this scenario, but you are not a judge. So stop it. Okay. There's a thing called decorum that you can also have without being a fucking actual asshole. And that whole thing was an asshole. He's literally trying to speak. Okay. And I can't, I'm like shocked. Like, is this lady serious right now? Like, he's trying to tell you what the problem is, right? And you're over talking him and then telling him not to talk when you're talking, period. And then has to make a comment about it. Not necessary. Zero necessity in that. All right. I could already tell from the ruling this morning that this was going to be a shit show. And I've seen none of this yet. So I'm just predicting this is an absolute fucking shit show from the aspect of this quote commissioner. And I use that word loosely here. And so here's the thing. The Mass State Police wanted to go forward with this right this very second. Well, Michael Proctor and his attorneys are still waiting for discovery, so they don't even know who their potential witnesses or witnesses would be. So how do you put potential witnesses or witnesses under a sequestration order whom you don't know who it be? It's improper to start this process until everyone has gotten discovery and everybody is prepared. The state police haven't handed over all the discovery. Shocker. Absolute shocker. But so why are we starting this process? That's not in good faith by any stretch of the imagination. And how do you enter a sequestration order? And this is going to, and I don't know obviously what he's going to say, but this is the point he was trying to fucking make, which is cool. I don't know who's going to be a friggin' witness. So I even if there's people in this room that shouldn't be here, I won't know if they shouldn't be here or not because I don't have all the goddamn discovery, lady. That's kind of common sense. I mean, really, this lady already has me like at a 10, and maybe it's because I was already at a 10 this morning from cyber bullies. Like, you talk about my family, especially my dad who committed suicide, and you're asking for a 10. Just throwing that out there, Christy. You're asking for a 10. Okay? You're asking for me at a fucking 20 is what you're asking for. My dad did not die of substance abuse. He died by hanging. So maybe stop lying on the internet for funsies. Just asking for a friend. Maybe get some of that mental health help that you need desperately. That's you're asking me to be at a 20 when you start talking about, you know, my dad that passed away via hanging by suicide and talking about it was from substances. He died by hanging, not by substances. What the fuck are you talking about? And also, what does that have anything to do with anything? Oh, she also, you guys are going to love this. She told me to stop being poor. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, you know what? I will just abandon all my responsibilities of my sick biological dad, my sick kid, my littles at home, my own health. I'll abandon all of those. I'll marry a rich guy and then get divorced and live off the child support. And then I will just decide that that's a good idea to brag about living off child support and working 12 hours a week as the muffin girl. I'll do that instead, like you, Christy. I'll do that instead. That sounds like a better idea, right? So I could just like bippity boppity be a CEO all of a sudden, you know, make sure that I have a car instead of spending all my money on things like, I don't know, rent and bills and feeding my family and transportation back and forth to take care of people I care about. Yeah, I'll stop doing all of that to just stop being poor. Yeah, I'll get right on that. And then the most ridiculous statement, it's not an income. Exactly. It's not something you're supposed to live off of. Just FYI, I don't know why she thinks that's a flex at all. You're supposed to be contributing to that. And it's not 12 hours as the muffin girl a week. Just saying. I do more than 12 hours in and fucking work for the show. Like, come on. Crazy Christie, the lunatic on X. You know, I was at a 20 this morning. I maybe brought myself down to like a 15, hence why I'm a little late here. But yeah, exactly. You're supposed to be there for the people who care about you. And if I had to be poor every single day of my life and not be a miserable bitch like you, I absolutely will take that every day of my life. I will be a poor person for the rest of my life if that means I don't have to be a miserable, delusional bitch like you. 100%. 100%. I will do that. So so her big thing was telling me to magically stop being poor. Yeah, I'll get right on that. I'll also magically make my health come back. I'll also magically make my kid not have a uber rare, less than 200 people on planet Earth terminal illness. And I will also stop my biological dad from actively dying. I'll stop all of that to magically become rich just for you. Like what? I'm sorry, what? Oh, and this is the most absurd statement. You guys are going to love this one. The most absurd and delusional statement I've heard thus far that she has said, which is that me, somehow have used Jen Altman, her now enemy, who was her friend, as some sort of shield. FYI, I don't need any shields, ma'am. As everybody is well aware, I have no problem saying any of this to anyone's face. Within inches. I think we all know that, right? So how in the actual F am I going to use somebody who has said some pretty awful and terrible things about me in the last 2 years or almost 3 years as a shield? Does that make any logical sense to anyone? Like, how fucking delusional do you have to be? Like, how are you going to correct me about how my dad died? Like, I mean, what? It's amazing to me the shit these people say. It's like, what friggin' world? Right. I'm also, yeah, that's a great idea. I'll cure world peace while I'm at it. I'll do that too. I mean, we are on another level of delusion that I have not seen in my lifetime, even working at a prison for the fucking criminally insane when it comes to this. Okay. Because at least those people were locked up behind bars, not able to do things like use the internet. Okay. They were locked up. And actually, funny enough, I enjoyed a lot of my conversations with them. And I got a lot of really nice art. Some of those people were really good artists, some of the inmates. And I got some really nice art that some of them drew me as like a thank you for being human to them, for not being an asshole. And that was my job. You don't have to be I don't have to be an asshole working in a prison. Nobody has to be an asshole, but people who work in prisons can be assholes. And I cherish those pieces of artwork because they could have done something with their art instead of, but they have all these mental health issues. And it's like someone like her just runs wild with delusions and lots of delusions of grandeur. She's the best, smartest person on planet Earth, right? She knows how everybody's dad died, and she's smarter than everybody else's doctor. Let's throw that out there. She's smarter than everyone's doctor, and someone who lives in Washington State who she's never met a day in her life. She decided to tell that poor lady that her medical conditions were fake until that lady then posted her medical record, which I told her, you don't owe her anything. But she's like, yeah, but I'm showing her that she looks stupid. I'm like, yeah, but she's just going to then go into her delusions and claim it's all fake, that you like somehow got that on the internet. And it's like, I don't usually feed the trolls, but when you have the audacity to talk about my dad who raised me, my dad who sits in this necklace and on my chest every day, then it's fucking personal. Then it is fucking personal. Okay? First, you use suicide as a crutch to be a fucking bully to people when you don't like what they have to say back to you. Then you have the audacity to try to tell somebody how their dad died. And then I'm using your friend and someone who's hated me for 3 years as a crutch. How fucking delusional are you? I mean, you really need medication, like stat, or a change of medication. Realistically. Seek help immediately. Fucking lunatic.
All I can say.
And because we don't have our discovery, we don't know at this point who all of our witnesses
I can't
are.
advise you how to conduct your case.
I'm sorry?
I can't advise you how to conduct your case.
Nobody's asking you to.
Mr. Carley, can you please proceed?
Lady, nobody's asking you. How is he supposed to know?
Thank you, Commissioner McConney and Attorney
This lady's
Quinnen.
an idiot. I'm sorry. She's an idiot. Nobody asked you to tell him how to conduct his case. He's
Distasteful.
telling you.
Unprofessional.
Wham. That's 90% of
Inappropriate.
your officers have done something unprofessional. So let's
In
get that
poor
out of the way.
taste.
In poor taste. This is in poor taste.
Juvenile. Sexist. Disgusting.
On planet Earth. Come on.
Dehumanizing. This selection of words does not come from a public comment section on a website,
It did, though.
an op-ed
Realistically.
columnist, or a protester outside the Norfolk County Courthouse.
It kind of did, though. Just saying.
No, indeed, one would be forgiven for not immediately recognizing that these words are Michael Proctor's accounting of his own conduct in this case.
He said some things
Conduct
people don't
in which
like.
Michael
He's
Proctor
apologized. What else do you want from him? His firstborn
Tasked with the
child?
immense responsibility of acting as case officer for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, consumed alcohol and then operated his cruiser while on duty, released confidential information to individuals outside of law enforcement, and called suspect and eventual defendant Karen Reed a babe, a nutbag, retarded, a whack job.
Well, that one's true.
She's got a leaky balloon knot. leaks
Well, that's
poo,
also true. It's also a fact.
a woman who shits herself with no ass.
Also a fact.
She's fucked.
Fact.
Cunt.
Also fact. Even Aiden Kearney has said that, so that's a fact. I don't know why we're
As a
having a
result,
problem with facts.
The department brought forward
Those are
4
facts.
separate specifications within 2 types of charges for internal discipline. And in March, Colonel Noble terminated Michael Proctor's employment. In support of the just cause for doing so, beginning today, the department presents for your consideration its evidence of the appellant's guilt under the charges and specifications described as follows. Charge 1, Specification 1, unsatisfactory performance, sending derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, and inappropriate text messages about a suspect. Charge 1, Specification 2, unsatisfactory performance, provision of sensitive and confidential information about a homicide victim, potential witnesses, and potential investigative steps to non-law enforcement personnel. Charge 1, Specification 3, unsatisfactory performance, through unprofessional and inappropriate conduct, created an image that he was biased and brought himself and Massachusetts State Police into disrepute.
That's what you're mad about.
Finally, Charge
The state
2,
police looked
Specification
bad.
1,
When?
consumption of alcoholic beverages while eating
Don't make
dinner on
yourselves look
duty
bad. Just
and
saying.
then operating his department-issued cruiser.
Which you require them to
The department's
take.
defense of the just cause of the
Whichever
adverse
cruiser-
employment action against Michael Proctor
Or
will
car
be based entirely
is he going to take?
upon the evidence of his conduct, his violations of those specifications under our Article 5. To prove this case here in this de novo proceeding, the department will call OPIA Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer, who was assigned an investigation initiated by DIS Commander Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors. In addition to the testimony of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, the department has submitted and has been entered into evidence for your review and consideration of those 36 exhibits, demonstrating by a preponderance of the evidence that Colonel Noble had just cause to terminate Michael Proctor's employment.
Exactly.
You will hear of Detective
Personal.
Lieutenant Dwyer's collection and assessment of the records of the appellant's misconduct.
Massachusetts State
First
Police
brought to light in
attorney.
excruciating detail
A wacky.
during 2 days of his public testimony at the homicide trial in Norfolk Superior Court on June 10th and 12th of 2024. You will have the opportunity to hear the appellant read in his own voice his vile, misogynistic statements against the woman accused of and tried for the death of Officer O'Keefe. You will have the opportunity to hear his revelations to high school friends and members of his family of the identity of the victim, his views on and details of the crime, the manner of the victim's death, the witnesses to be interviewed, and the direction of that investigation, some made under 24 hours of the discovery of Officer O'Keefe's body. You will hear his own characterizations of his conduct that I quoted to you before. And you will hear his admissions under charge 2 that while he was on duty, he consumed 1 to 2 beers with an officer from Canton Police and then drove the 2 of them home. You will be given, in addition to the video recordings of that public testimony, transcripts of the appellant's own words for your review and reference, a summary of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer of his misconduct, of Michael Proctor's misconduct as revealed during the trial, pay station, administrative duty roster, and AVL data collected by Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, corroborating the appellant's account of his alcohol consumption while on duty, the statements and admissions by the appellant at his OPIA interview, and Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's conclusions therefrom, as well as the criminal trial exhibits themselves containing the appellant's messages. You will also have available for your consideration the findings and resulting recommendation of the department's internal trial board, as well as the limited selection of public reaction to the revelations of the appellant's behavior. Relevant portions of an interview he gave to ABC News following his termination, and an order from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office for him to turn over as discoverable statements in a criminal prosecution under Rule 14 the content of his communications from his personal cell phone. The department expects that much by way of distraction will also be on offer in the days to come, in the form of dubious and flimsy comparisons, whataboutisms reflecting the choices of others, spurious emotional appeals to the absolutely real difficulties experienced by members assigned to a homicide investigation, and insinuations that written statements by a case officer regarding his own investigation are somehow private or out of bounds. In short, the department expects an appeal not based on the truth,
So gross,
but on
Karen.
evading accountability.
You know that, though. She's just gross.
The department respectfully asks that this commission, while receiving those distractions or attempts at saying,
Well, that's what
keep
they're
in mind
doing,
the
but I don't think that's
evidence
fair
and
either.
facts that are the basis for the department's case. It respectfully asks you to bear in mind that no one committed the acts for which he was terminated other than Michael Proctor alone. No one authorized his communications of sensitive and confidential case information about an active homicide investigation to others outside of law enforcement. No one forced or cajoled or even requested him to engage in such gratuitous behavior. And that Michael Proctor himself has admitted, as evidently he must, that his conduct was unprofessional, inappropriate, juvenile, sexist, disgusting, and dehumanizing. And that he has admitted that he in fact committed the acts exactly as described in the charges brought against him. Accordingly, at the conclusion of this hearing, the department expects to meet its burden showing just cause and will therefore ask this commission to uphold the termination of Michael Proctor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carl. Mr. Monahan?
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Commissioner McCoy, Mr. Queenan. We're here today to hear evidence presented by the Department of State Police, which it believes amounts to just cause for the termination of Michael Proctor. Due to the fact that we continue to await discovery from the department, you will not hear a presentation of evidence by Michael Proctor today or tomorrow. You won't hear about his presentation of our evidence until October. Nevertheless, we will, through cross-examination, get to the truth behind this case. And the truth is that as of February 1st, 2024, Michael Proctor was an exemplary member of the Mass State Police. He had served in that capacity for 12 solid years without any discipline.
Good, I hope she is
He had
watching.
risen to the level of the
Fuck
ranks
off,
of
crazy.
detective for the Norfolk County DA's office as a young trooper and served in the role as detective and was a very well-respected member of that unit. As of January 29th of 22, Michael Proctor, a fairly new detective in the DA's office, was asked to
Bingo,
become
Molly.
the case officer on the Karen Reed case. You will hear what his duties were as case officer, and you will hear all that he was not responsible for as case officer in this case. Now, as we all know, Karen Reed was arrested. She was indicted by a grand jury, and she was tried twice by the Norfolk County DA's office from 2022 through 2024. In the early part of late 2023 or early 24, the defense in the Karen Reed case convinced the U.S. Attorney's Office to open an investigation into a theory of a grand conspiracy against Ms. Reed on the part of law enforcement and others. You will hear that Michael Proctor was asked to testify in the federal grand jury proceeding as a witness only on February 1st, 2024. And when he appeared, he was shocked to discover that the U.S. Attorney had somehow infiltrated his personal cell phone and surreptitiously obtained personal text messages on his personal cell phone. Now, we all have personal cell phones. We all have expectations of privacy on those personal cell phones. On February 1st of 24, Michael Proctor suddenly found in his mind that his privacy was violated. Since the disclosure of these text messages, the world has changed. Law enforcement officers and people in all walks of life now shudder at the thought that a federal agency could
Tap into their
infiltrate their
personal
personal
shit.
phone and look at text messages, personal text messages on
Because
a
a
personal phone
rich family asked
to
them
family
to?
members and friends.
Yeah.
Michael Proctor has reacted to this unlike many other people would. Michael Proctor has never denied the authenticity of these text messages. He's never denied that they are inappropriate, unprofessional, derogatory, sexist, misogynistic. Despite the fact that he's never, to this day, received the full text threads numbering hundreds of thousands of dollars that the U.S. Attorney's Office obtained. And despite the fact that he still doesn't know why his personal cell phone was infiltrated. Michael has repeatedly apologized for making crude remarks, unprofessional remarks, juvenile remarks. We could come up with many other adjectives that Michael has admitted to. He has never backed away from apologizing for these outright unprofessional and I'll call them stupid text messages on his personal cell phone spoken to his buddies from childhood. Instead of backing away, what did Michael Proctor do? Well, the next day, he self-reported this information to his bosses at the Mass State Police. He reported the full context of these text messages to the Mass State Police, despite the fact that there's no existing Mass State policy concerning a trooper's personal text messages or personal private conversations on a personal cell phone. He reported it immediately. From that point, you'll hear evidence of what happened next and what didn't happen next in the ensuing 5 months.
What
and up
didn't
to
happen is they
March
didn't
of
find him
25 when
there.
Michael was terminated by the department.
Next, right
You will
away.
hear of a meeting which was
Until
initiated by
PR.
Michael and his then counsel on
worse.
February 1st of 24. February
Yeah, I
8th
already
of
said
24,
that.
sorry.
Give me stop. These
Wherein
hearings
the
are a joke.
content of these text messages was disclosed to the legal staff of the Mass State Police,
I agree with
as
you.
well as
It's a
high-ranking
joke.
members of the Mass State Police.
She's a joke.
You will hear
This
that
whole
the
thing
Mass
is a
State Police assured Michael Proctor that not much would come of this, and that he may receive a letter of counseling as a result, or a written reprimand. And that the colonel and the command staff expressed appreciation for him immediately reporting these text messages to them. You'll hear of a separate investigation done by the department in April of 24, wherein the nature of Michael's relationships, alleged relationships with witnesses was investigated. And the issue of bias was investigated. And their findings were negative. You will hear that
Because they're
Michael
personal,
Proctor remained on full duty
private.
from February 2nd, when he first disclosed, until July 1st.
Well, you know,
which
because
is
they
coincidentally
pretty
the
much ready
date
to throw
of the
you under the
Karen
bus
Reed
too. So
mistrial.
That's what I said right at the beginning.
You'll hear that
Leah.
after that mistrial,
They
that
already know.
unfortunate date for Mike Proctor, July 1st of 24, the witch hunt for Michael Proctor began. He was relieved of duty within hours after that mistrial. You'll hear a press release from the colonel at the time who stated, quote, upon learning today's result, Michael Proctor was relieved of duty.
They already knew.
You'll hear of
It's
intense
they
political
already knew.
scrutiny, intense media pressure to fire Michael Proctor. You'll hear that this termination was not based on actual facts and evidence.
Nope.
Instead, it was a decision made to appease
Political.
politicians and to appease some vocal members of the public and the media.
Bingo.
You'll hear of the so-called internal trial board process of the Mass State Police and
Again,
how
another
flawed
joke.
that process is and
Another
how
joke.
unfair it is and lacking in due process. You'll hear that despite the flawed process of that internal
Mike's
trial
the
board,
scapegoat.
this decision to fire Mike Proctor was made on July 1st of 24,
He's
within hours
literally
after that mistrial.
the scapegoat.
Most important, you'll hear evidence from the trial board in this hearing
I know.
that Michael Proctor's
So
personal
amazing.
feelings did not influence the evidence in the Reed case. Michael Proctor did not act with the intent to affect the outcome of this investigation. You'll hear that there's no evidence to show that the integrity of the investigation in the Reed case was compromised. In other words, the personal cell phone text did not affect his performance of his police duties. And that the Mass State Police investigation into Michael was solely about personal cell phone messages and not about his job performance in the investigation. And that the charge of unsatisfactory performance of his duties is a misplaced charge.
I will also point out that even the other person that was, quote, drinking with him got a 1-day suspension or a 1-day unpaid vacation day taken away, or 5 paid vacation days taken away. I think it was max. So again, the punishment wouldn't fit the crime in that aspect. You know, here's the thing. This hearing, like I told you guys from the beginning, is literally a joke. This lady, this whole thing is really a sham. But he doesn't have a choice but to dot his I's and cross his T's. And so the only way to get to a regular court to fight it further is to get out of, you have to go through this process first, right? Like, hello. So it's unfortunate, but this is the process. And like I told you guys in the beginning, this isn't going to go in his favor. We know this. It is about politics. It is about who speaks the loudest. It is about, like, it's just insanity. Yeah, different, but nonetheless, they would still use you as the scapegoat nonetheless, you know what I mean? And that's, you know, I think that one quote that you told me that one time sticks with me forever now. It forever, I know it sticks with you forever, now it sticks with me forever, which is, you know, when you're a state trooper, someone said to her, and then she said to me, which will forever now stay in my mind, that you can love the job as a state trooper, but the job isn't going to love you back. And it's unfortunate because they will use you as the scapegoat to scapegoat any PR situation that they don't like that makes them look bad in any way, shape, or form if something doesn't go their way. And it's unfortunate, and it's happened to many officers, damn good officers. And that's the part that I think that really fucking bothers me. Is any department would be lucky to have someone like Leah as an officer, okay? Her work as a canine officer and just with canines in general now is top notch, okay? There's a reason why she had won awards for her work, okay? It's top notch. She also has this thing called empathy, right? And understanding. And she's not judgmental, which makes an amazing fucking officer, an amazing person to figure out how to investigate something without having all of these preconceived judgments and biases against different kinds of people. She was the perfect officer that any department would be fucking lucky to have, and just as willing to throw her right under that bus when some PR that they didn't like from an unknown fucking blogger who does nothing but smear people and spread lies had something to say. It's like, when does it end? Can I just pick out any officer I don't like and smear them until the end of time, until he gets fired? Because if that's what it's going to be like, who the fuck's going to want to be an officer? I'm just saying. Like, way worse. We have lived it, Benny. We have lived the way worse things that officers have done with no integrity, and they get promotions. They get pats on the back while doing illegal, corrupt shit that is well known to everyone around them, including their higher ups. This is what makes me so fucking angry. It's like all the good cops just get pushed out, and the shitty ones go higher and higher. And it's like, this is why you all have so much fucking corruption. This is why the CDL shit happened, because you kept promoting these idiots for doing shit that made politicians happy instead of the officers that were doing their fucking job well, right? Any PR thing, they can just throw everything bad that ever happened in that time frame onto that person and say, well, it was under this person, and blame it on them, and out they go. It's fucking deplorable. It makes me mad. And I was already at 15 today because of Crazy Christie talking about my dad. So, this puts me at like at least a 16.
It's a charge that was designed as a Class A offense simply to appease the masses and fire Mike Proctor. In summary, Mike Proctor was a very good trooper, an exemplary trooper, a detective who has been made to be a scapegoat.
I agree.
As
Brian
a
Allen
result
probably would have got the same treatment
of the Mass State Police caving in to public pressure.
Different command staff, yeah. Different.
Michael Proctor did not commit a crime.
Nope, he did not.
Michael Proctor did not violate any specific policy prohibiting personal conduct on a personal phone, because there is no specific
go there on the
policy.
29th.
Those are two very important facts to remember in this case. Does his unprofessional conduct on his personal phone possibly warrant some discipline? Probably. Unbecoming conduct, possibly. In October, we will demonstrate, when we have our discovery, that the termination of Mike Proctor, the firing of Michael Proctor after 12 exemplary years, does not comport with previous standards of discipline for the Mass State Police, and that is disproportionate with discipline meted out by the state police over the years. Michael Proctor should not be subject to the whims of politics or the whims of the media. He should obtain a fair hearing on the merits, and we expect to obtain that fair hearing through this process. No one should be unjustifiably pushed aside from his job simply because an organization wants to satisfy an agenda. And that's what happened here, folks.
Bingo.
Thank you very much, Mr. White.
Pullman.
Ruling on your request for the sequestration order. I understand it's a long time from now to October 21st. I would be asking each witness in October if they have.
That's why I said interesting.
Any part of this proceeding, if they're answering the affirmative, reserve the right to take that into account.
Where do you see trolls? Where? We don't got trolls here.
Any individual, however, who anticipates being called as a witness should not be watching today's proceedings.
How do you know they're going to be called,
dumbass? My only
concern,
Commissioner McCartney, is that many of the witnesses on our pre-hearing list are not under our control. They're state police employees, number one. So we don't have authority to tell them not to watch this proceeding.
Correct.
Number two, after we obtain discovery in mid-September, we may have additional witnesses who we just don't know about yet.
All right. Like I said, as I just stated, I will ask each person before they testify.
Thank you.
And again, I'll take that into account.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I mean, she doesn't really have the power or authority to tell people not to watch it either. So there's that.
So at this time, Mr. Carlin, did you call your first witness?
Thank you, Commissioner. The respondent calls Kevin Dwyer.
your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give to the Civil Service Commission is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. I would just like to impart some information to you. First of all, that your testimony is being recorded, and both parties will receive a copy of your recorded testimony. Your testimony included the decision issued by the Civil Service Commission in this matter, which will be posted on the Commission's website. I may make credibility assessments about your testimony, which may also be included in the Commission decision. Please listen to the questions carefully and answer only the questions that are asked of you. If you cannot hear the question, you may ask for it repeated. If you do not know the answer to a question, you should state that. It is important not to guess or speculate. Speak slowly, clearly, and loud enough so that your testimony can be captured on the recording. Please avoid any crosstalk by waiting for the question to be asked before you answer. And if there are any objections, please wait for my ruling before answering the question. And again, if you turn your body away, you'll miss the recording, so please face forward and speak into the microphone at all times. Thank you very much. Mr. Carlin?
Thank you again, Commissioner. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In a loud, clear voice, could you please state your full name and spell your last?
Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer, D-W-Y-E-R.
You're employed by the department?
I am.
How long have you worked with the state police, sir?
Over 20 years.
And what is your, well, you mentioned your rank. What is your current assignment, sir?
I'm assigned to the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability.
And could you please briefly describe to the commission your duties and responsibilities in your current assignment?
My current responsibilities are as an internal affairs investigator.
All right. And do you have training and experience specifically with respect to OPIA investigations?
I do.
Can you summarize any training or experience you have in that regard?
Yes, I've attended multiple trainings on internal affairs investigations, plus my experience in the unit for almost 5 years.
I'd like to draw your attention, sir, to the time frame of March of 2024. Did you have occasion to receive an order to open an investigation into alleged misconduct by Michael Proctor?
I did.
What specifically was your role in that investigation, sir?
As the primary investigator.
All right. And how did you specifically come to be assigned to that particular investigation?
I was summoned to a meeting where I was told the allegations.
And coming out of that meeting, was the investigation into, or the investigation that you ultimately conducted, was it assigned a number to by the Office of Professional Integrity?
Yes, it was.
What was the number, sir?
It was IAS 2024-0014.
And how was it formally initiated? How was the investigation formally brought into existence?
There was a request for investigation that was authored by Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
All right, sir. And if you could turn in your binder, please, to respond to this Exhibit 1. Have a look at Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 as before you, sir, is that the personnel investigation or the order to initiate the personnel investigation from Lieutenant Colonel Connors that you just referenced?
It is.
All right. And did you ultimately have occasion to organize, author, and submit a report and several exhibits documenting your findings in this investigation?
I did.
And as part of those exhibits, did you include a copy of Lieutenant Colonel Connors' request for investigation dated March 4th as your Exhibit 1 to your report?
I did.
Now, following up on Exhibit 1, in the body of the document, Lieutenant Colonel Connors references a criminal investigation. Is that correct, sir?
He did.
Would that be the criminal homicide prosecution of Karen Reed into the death of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was.
Fair to say that Officer O'Keefe's body was located on January 29th, 2022 at a residence in Canton?
Yes.
And as specified by the general laws, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and specifically the department members who are assigned there, they're assigned to lead that investigation.
Yes, they are.
And the case officer for that particular investigation is Michael Proctor. Is that not so?
Yes, sir.
Now, at a certain point during that investigation and prosecution, did some information come to light about a related federal proceeding?
Yes, it did.
How did you describe that in your report, sir?
The department was notified by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office that they were advised by the U.S. Attorney's Office that there was a federal invest.
Exactly. Can we look at your fucking personal phone and see what you've said?
And
I'm gonna bet it's the
how did the
same.
notification
No,
that
worse.
came to the department that you just described, the notification from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, how did that notification take place?
It was a verbal notification.
And at the time the verbal notification was made, was there any documentation provided by either Norfolk County or by the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding that investigation?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did Norfolk County provide any other details about that federal investigation at that time, sir?
None that I'm aware of.
All right. At some point, was it disclosed that Michael Proctor had his personal cell phone examined, and that there were text messages of a derogatory and defamatory nature about Ms. Reed on that cell phone?
Yes.
What, if any, effort did the department make around that time to learn more about those text messages?
To my understanding, there were multiple conversations amongst the department and the federal authorities to get more information. I don't believe they were very successful.
All right. And that was a decision made, as far as you're aware, by the federal authorities?
Correct.
Did the federal authorities place any conditions on the department with regard to this investigation?
Yes.
What conditions, sir?
Anyone that was advised of the existence of the text messages had to sign a non-disclosure agreement.
As far as you're aware, were there any exceptions to that requirement to sign the non-disclosure agreement set by the federal authorities?
No.
What, if any, official actions did the
NDAs,
department take with respect to Michael Proctor?
Interesting. Shady people use
Verbal
NDAs.
notification from
You're saying.
Norfolk County.
Personal invest was started.
In effect, the
Hiding it
oral
from the
or
public
verbal disclosure from Norfolk County is what
was in your
triggers the
interest.
request for investigation.
It is, yes.
that accurate, sir?
Got it.
As part of the standard practice and required by department procedure and the collective
Keep
bargaining
telling us why you
agreement,
fired
was
him.
a subject notification letter issued to Michael Proctor?
Busted.
Yes, it was.
Who first issued that and when, sir?
Detective Lieutenant John Goslin on March 4th.
That's
It was
exactly it.
Detective Lieutenant John Goslin, and that was sent on March 4th.
I think a lot of
2024.
people have said they don't agree with what he said, but they don't
Was
agree with
Lieutenant
firing him for
Colonel Connor's
personal
request for
text.
investigation attached to that subject notification?
That's never
It was.
happened.
And initially, among other copy recipients, was that notification also sent to Trooper David Stewart as the SPAM representative?
Yes,
And did you ultimately attach a copy of that notification dated March 4th to your report in this case?
I did.
And did you attach it as Exhibit 2 to your report?
Yes.
Could you turn to Exhibit 2 for the respondent's exhibits in this proceeding? Right, sir, do you have Exhibit 2 in front of you?
I do.
Is this the Exhibit 2, the same Exhibit 2 that you attached to your report?
Yes.
The subject notification letter and the request for investigation or request to initiate an investigation that you made your Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And Detective Lieutenant, was there a typographical or stenographic error in that exhibit when it was first issued?
Yes, there was.
What was the error, sir?
It incorrectly named who wrote the request for invest.
And did the department issue an amended notification letter?
Yes.
What was the date of the amended notification?
March 19th, 2024.
If
Did
it
you
was
also
on his
attach, that as Exhibit 3?
like
I did.
police stuff,
You
I would say
heard
yeah,
the
but it's his
three
personal
days.
devices. That is never an officer's personal devices have been ever used, and there's no policy surrounding their personal
recognize
devices.
that
That's
it's
the issue
three,
that I have
Yes.
with it.
And is that the same Exhibit 3 that you attached to your report in this case?
It is.
All right, sir. This amended notification, it correctly identified the author of the request for the investigation as Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
Yes, sir.
And was it provided to, this particular one, provided to, among others, Michael Proctor spam representative Sergeant Christopher Johnson?
Yes.
Now, sir, in addition to the information provided from Norfolk County about these alleged improper text messages from Michael Proctor, were there also additional concerns raised with respect to him and witnesses in the O'Keefe investigation?
Yes, there was.
Could you just generally describe, sir, for context and the commission's benefit?
It's not though.
What were the
There's no
concerns,
they
that
have
you
no
were making?
policy like that
There was
surrounding
concern
that.
that Trooper Proctor had a
And they still
relationship
have a
with some
freedom of
potential
speech,
witnesses
so-
in the investigation.
That's where it gets
Did
sticky
those concerns constitute
legally.
any portion of your investigation into Michael Proctor's
And I
misconduct?
suspect that's why
Maybe
there's no policy
specifically,
surrounding it, because they
OPI
still have
OPIA case
freedom of speech.
2024-0014.
It did not.
What, if anything, to your knowledge, did the department do regarding those concerns?
There was a separate inquiry done to determine the nature of Trooper Proctor's possible
And yes, I believe that was a joke.
relationships.
And was that documented
Tasteless joke, but nonetheless
separately
a joke.
by separate investigators within the department?
Yes,
And was that given internal personnel investigation number 2024-DIS-4?
yes, it was.
All right, sir. In your ultimate report in this case, IAS.
Let's be kind to each other. We don't have to agree on the Karen Reed case. We don't even have to agree on this.
Did you ultimately note in general what you learned about
This is the
that separate investigation?
Yes.
Okay, can you
The internal
summarize
affairs
what you
guy.
conveyed in your report, please?
I should probably put that down. I
So it was
forget his
learned,
name, but-
while Trooper Proctor may have known some of the witnesses, the relationships were not substantial, and they were consistent with how he had represented them.
All right, sir. Given what you understood about that investigation, and given the consistency that you mentioned with regard to his statements about those relationships and them being not substantial in nature, did any suggestion of misconduct on that matter have any impact on your findings, investigation, or recommendations in IAS 2024-0014?
No.
Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I'd now like to ask you about your review
That's
of
the
evidence
problem.
regarding,
That would
Michael
create a
Proctor and
really
text
sticky
messages
precedent.
In particular. To begin, when did you first learn of or have made available to you the substance of the messages that were the focus of your investigation?
When Trooper Proctor testified in the criminal trial.
All right.
Guys are never going to
And,
agree on the
what
Karen Reed
day
case.
or
Don't even try.
days
Just
did
agree to
you
disagree.
testify in the trial?
Most of us aren't.
June 10th
I mean,
and
in
June
the internet
12th,
world, are never going to
2024.
agree to that. I've learned to just agree
Uh,
to
Up
disagree
to
on
that
that. You
point,
know,
the department did not have any documentation nor admissions.
I forgot
from,
that you said that, Haley. That's
Michael Proctor regarding
You have
the
so much
content
grace
of
for that.
the disclosure of his, the content of his personal self.
Correct.
And how did you personally observe the open proceedings in the Reed prosecution?
I watched a live stream of the trial.
And did that trial begin on or about April 29th of 2024 in Norfolk Superior?
Who's
Court?
live stream?
All right.
That's what I
And,
wanna know.
the
Who's
live
live
was used-
stream?
what
Did
live
he
stream
watch?
was used?
think that
It
makes
was
a
the Court
difference.
TV live stream.
Oh, it was a Court TV live stream. But who was streaming?
Was there any testimony, you mentioned June 10th and June 12th of 2024. Was there any testimony on June 11th?
No, there was not.
All right. And as part of your investigation, were you able to obtain copies of the video broadcast from both June 10th and June 12th for inclusion in your ultimate report?
I did.
And were those copies of the video recordings ultimately made exhibits 4 and 6 respectively?
Well, no, legally it's still
Yes.
private,
All right.
and you still
I'll
have
note
freedom
for
of
the record
speech.
that exhibits 4 and 6.
So that's where it gets sticky.
To the witnesses report.
Legally.
Are reproduced as exhibits 4 and 6 in the respondents' exhibits here today. In addition to the
100%.
previous
I said that at the
exhibits
beginning.
that I just mentioned,
He's being
or the
scapegoated.
video broadcast footage, did you also have
100%
occasion
he
to
is.
obtain any transcripts of those same 2 days of trial testimony?
Yes,
And specifically the testimony of Michael Proctor, those the transcripts focusing on his testimony?
I did.
And did those ultimately become exhibits 5 and 7 respectively to your report?
They did.
I'll note for the
Not here in
record that those exhibits
Massachusetts.
are attached as
It's not
5
fair
and 7,
game. We are a
to
very blue state,
the exhibits here today.
and
Thank you.
there is no
Um,
precedent here for firing an officer for his personal
Detective
text. There's
Lieutenant
a
Clark, did
policy
you
for their
also, personally
work
take
stuff,
notes
but not
during your
personal.
viewing of trial footage in conjunction with the transcripts of the
Yeah, you
video?
can have.
Did
Listen,
you
you're
also
allowed to
take
have your
notes on
opinion.
the content of Michael Proctor's testimony?
I did.
All right, sir. And did you include the substance of those notes as part of your report in this case?
I did.
And did you ultimately attach those notes
The
to
state
your
police
report
here
as
have
Exhibit
no
8?
Yes, I did.
All right, so could you carefully?
Policy, there's no
Could you go to
thing that
exhibit,
allows
sir?
to use their personal. An officer has never been fired for their personal texts here. Or a very blue state, there's no specific law that says their personal text can be used for anything. Yeah, at least here in Mass. I don't know, obviously, about other states, but here, it's not a thing. Well, again,
You
there
have
are
exhibit
like
8 in front of you, sir?
I do.
All right, sir.
different things with
The
that
exhibit
too.
8 that's in front of you, these are your
Because
notes from.
He can say general
reviewing
things about a
Michael
case that
Proctor's,
doesn't identify
live
things,
testimony,
and that doesn't make it work product just
in
because
the
he's
Karen
talking
Reed-
about it.
first Karen Reed trial.
Again,
They are.
that's there's a line for that.
They are the same as the exhibit 8 that's in front of you as part of the respondent set of exhibits.
Yes.
All right, sir. Now, I'm jumping around a little bit, but please bear with me. I'd like to ask you about exhibit 18 to today's proceedings.
The state police have no policy surrounding personal cell phones or text messages. They have them surrounding their, like, work ones, like their work phones and
All right, sir.
devices,
You've
but
had a
not
chance to take a
their
look at
personal
what's before
devices.
you in the printout copy of exhibit 18.
Totally welcome.
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the ultimate report that you authored and submitted
Yeah, we don't
in
do
this
politics.
case as the conclusions of your investigations, the findings and conclusions of your investigations in IAS 2024-0014?
It is.
All right. All right, I'd like to ask you now a series of questions about the categories of allegations. Do you have a portion of your report that sets out the allegations into separate categories or organized by letter?
I do.
Okay. And would that be categories A through K, allegations A through K?
Yes, they would.
All right, so please turn to date stamp respondent 504. That'd be the 14th page of exhibit. You have 504?
I do. Yes.
Before I ask you about this in detail, sir, is it fair to say that on the beginning of this page, that is respondents 504, and continuing on to the last, the 15th page of your report, respondents 505, you specify here, a series of categories of different but related allegations, the A through K that I mentioned.
Correct.
And in fact, those 11 set of allegations, did you personally review and assess each allegation of misconduct and issue a separate recommendation as to each?
I did.
And the separate recommendations that you ultimately issued were either sustained,
I mean,
not
her point
sustained,
wasn't
or exonerated based
to
on the
make a
evidence that you
political
found?
statement,
Correct.
but I, you know what I mean?
The allegation you assigned to letter A, sir,
Fights.
that concerned the claim that between January 29th,
Punishment has to
2022
fit the crime.
and February 1st of 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about a homicide victim to non-law enforcement personnel.
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation A based on your investigation?
Sustained.
Yeah, that's probably a problem too. You are right.
The allegation you assigned letter B, sir, that concerned the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and February 1st of 2022, Michael Proctor provided information about potential witnesses in a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel.
I did. Yes.
And what was your ultimate recommendation as to allegation B, sir?
Sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter C, did that concern the claim between January 29th, 2022 and June 9th, 2022? Michael Proctor provided information about potential investigative steps and police actions related to a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel?
It did.
What was your what was your recommendation as to allegation C, sir?
Sustained.
Allegation you assigned letter D, did that concern the claim that between January 29th, 2022 and June 9th, 2022, Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and/or disparaging text messages to non-law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide investigation?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation D?
Sustained.
Allegation you assigned letter E, sir, did that concern the claim that on February 1st, 2022, Michael Proctor engaged in behavior to accept a reward, gift, or gratuity on account
Right.
of his
If you
official
have a
services.
It did.
work
What
issued
was your
phone.
recommendation as to allegation E?
Not sustained.
The allegation you assigned letter F, sir, did that concern the claim that on dates between June 9th, 2022 and August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor sent derogatory, defamatory, and disparaging text messages about a suspect in a homicide investigation to other law enforcement personnel?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation F?
Sustained.
As to assignment, allegation assigned letter G, sir, did that concern the claim that on August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor looked for nude photographs of a suspect in the homicide investigation?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation G?
Not sustained.
Well, she didn't have a choice. It came in, well, she did, but it also came in through the federal
Just a
materials.
few more, sir. Allegation,
So,
you assigned letter
Again, that gets
H.
sticky.
Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael
But I think
Proctor consumed
she could have
alcohol
not
while
allowed
on
them because they
duty?
really had no basis
Yes.
in
What was
anything
your recommendation
to
as
do
to
with
allegation H?
John's
Sustained.
murder.
Allegation assigned letter I. Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor consumed alcohol and then operated his department-issued cruiser?
It did.
What was your recommendation as to allegation I?
Sustained.
Allegation assigned letter J, sir. Did that concern the claim that on July 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor received overtime pay while not engaging in official duties?
Yes.
What was your recommendation as to allegation J?
Exonerated.
Finally, sir, the allegation assigned by you, letter K, did that concern the claim that on dates between January 29th, 2022 and August 17th, 2022, Michael Proctor engaged in behavior that brought himself and the department into disrepute?
It did. Yes.
Yep, I
And
agree
what
with
was your
that. That means that
recommendation as
anybody
to
can
allegation?
call in a favor to the
Sustained.
feds and use things they don't like against someone just to stir. I mean, again, that sets a ridiculous legal precedent and a very sticky one.
For the benefit of the commission, Madam Commissioner, may I just note for the record that I'll be shortly.
You're probably
few
right. If he was a
moments,
postal worker, they wouldn't have
referring
cared,
to
right?
Clip number 1.
If he was the
from,
mailman.
Our exhibit number 4.
Yes.
So if I could just notify the commission of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I'm now going to ask you a series of questions about each of the allegations that you assigned those different letters. Is it fair to say that as to allegation categories A, B, and C, Michael Proctor's communications to others took place on several different text message chains that you previously mentioned, one with a group of friends and another with his sister?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that from your review of the evidence and the messages from Michael Proctor under categories A, B, and C, his testimony
They
about
are
that
and they
began-
aren't.
excuse
I
me,
actually have people. I have friends that are retired from the feds, and
Is it fair to say from your
you
review of
heard
the
the
evidence
stories, girl.
that the messages pertaining to allegation categories A, B, and C, those messages began by Michael Proctor on the day that
No worries,
Officer
dude.
Peace
Not even I get it
Lockwood
right every time, and I'm pretty well versed in
Yes.
criminal.
And is it fair to say that his testimony at the Karen Reed trial as to categories A, B, and C,
We all human, my
chronologically
friend.
speaking, his testimony began on June 10th, 2024, under direct examination from the prosecutor?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the video. Madam Commissioner, may we have clip number 1, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, I'll advise everyone, please, do not speak while the video is being shared.
I can attest to that case ruining so many people's fucking lives and innocent people, even reverberating out until right now. Still.
Madam Commissioner, could
With the
you
Looney
also-
Tunes that like crazy Chrissy that jump on some of this shit and believe some of their own fucking batshit crazy nonsensical
record, I want
bullshit
to
that they
note,
put out there and attack
For the
people.
record, this
Like, no,
clip
dude, go
begins
somewhere with your crazy
as
shit,
part
Chrissy.
of Respondents Exhibit 4, the video from June 10th, 2024, at approximately 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 21 seconds into that video.
Can you please repeat the time again?
Yes, my apologies, Madam Commissioner. 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 21 seconds approximately is the beginning of this particular clip. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, before I ask the clip be played, is it fair to say that this is the start of his testimony regarding the text message chain with friends in which he reveals the identity and other details of the reported homicide victim, Officer John O'Keefe?
Yes, I believe so.
With the commission's permission, I'd ask now to please play this beginning, again, at the timestamp I previously referenced, for counsel's reference. The corresponding transcript pages begin Exhibit 5, Respondents, page 95.
So I'll just play this clip from the beginning.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Correct, the correct time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Where I'm showing you a document, do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize it to be?
it's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, you're aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone.
Yes,
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
so people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far as way as Tennessee.
Now, with reference,
Sorry, there's a technical issue.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's where it becomes sticky, though, because you can't say it's professional. You can discuss your work without making it professional business. He generalized a lot, didn't give like certain details, things that were already like in the news, which is, public record. But you can't say like, oh, anybody on their personal phone can't bitch about their job or vent about their job, or it becomes work product. There is a fine line between what is work product and what isn't work product. And at least in my state, this stuff wouldn't be considered work product. So that's where it gets sticky. Well, it wasn't even them that requested it. It was the feds that were spying on his personal device. And again, that's where it gets sticky because the federal government spying on an officer's phone and then it being used to then terminate an officer is not something that has ever happened in this state. And there are no laws that allow for that. He still has freedom of speech on his personal devices to talk about things that are about his work without it being work product. See where it gets sticky? Just because he talks about work doesn't make it automatically work product. That's where like the line is talking about
Sorry,
work
repeat the question, please.
or things that you did at work
towards the
or things
middle of the
related to
first
work
page.
doesn't automatically make it
I'm
work
directing your
product on
attention
your
to that
personal
area. Is
phone.
there any indication as far as the first
Just because
message
you're talking about it,
sent
or
and the last
anybody
message sent
talking
with
about their
respect to
job or
this
bitching about it to a friend
On the
is
first
just
page, yes.
fired.
And
That's
what is
you know what I
indicated
mean?
as far as the first message and the last message?
The first
Well, no, it
message
didn't come
is
out
I
at the
need to
trial.
brandish a
They
gun
knew.
more often.
He
The
self-reported.
last
They
is
knew
Chip,
before the
name of
trial.
that BPD cop.
And again, that's where it
If I
gets
can direct your attention to the
sticky.
first page of this packet, page 2527. You see conversation details.
He still has a freedom of speech. He still has that constitutional right to not have that invaded
Yes.
by privacy and then used to fire him. So that's this is where it's like a legal
Okay.
sticky ground. Or anybody talking about their work
You see what I
could
was
be fired by
talking
their
about
job
now?
I do, sir.
or their freedom of speech. You know what I mean? So it's like
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent, date, and time, and the last message sent, date, and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent, date, and
Yeah,
time?
but most
It's
people know that
10/18 of
because they see so many
2021
nudes.
at
Like anybody who
8:48 a.m.
works in law
The
enforcement or
last
law would
message
know
sent
that
is
was clearly just a
8/31,
distasteful joke. He wasn't
2022 at
actually looking
11:19
for
p.m.
nudes. Like it's just what they
Is there
find
also within
inadvertently
that
all the time.
conversation details an indication as far as the number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
It's fair to say the packet that
I have
you
friends who are
before you
troopers
did not contain
also
all
friends who are just regular cops
38,707 messages,
and
correct?
friends
That's
who are
correct.
The first message that you had,
FBI,
I believe, alluded
CIA.
in reference to the first one listed within
ATF,
this communication.
and,
What date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And here we go. He's a former
And,
state police
what, if
officer right here.
anything, did he send to the
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
Right. So I don't think he gave any.
He just
confidence.
recently moved to Tennessee and
Again,
he was
where it
kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more
Yeah, that's
common
not
to
how
be
it works
carried
here,
around
Matt.
there. So
Two different
I
states.
interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name
Also, that
associated with that
happened.
number
They
that's
didn't cooperate that.
No,
Do you know
To
what
be
that
true.
person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir,
Yeah.
from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is
Girl,
that?
I still don't know how to do the at to people.
That is one of
okay?
my nicknames
I'm
I've
running the
had
show.
since maybe high school.
I don't know how
A
either.
nickname that would be familiar
Not
amongst
the only
these
one.
group of friends in particular.
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.
I still can't do the at, and I'm
Yes.
the full runner,
And what was
so
your response?
fuck to find out.
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
Like I said, you can only do it on the computer, not on the
Your
phone.
response,
That makes
there's
sense.
another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple of you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Well, that's the thing, though. It wasn't a series. It was from one incident or instance is what, you know. And realistically, when you know, like, the ins and outs, like, because I live here and I know people who work, you know,
It takes a while to figure it out.
in all different aspects of life and especially this community.
For the record, that was played.
When you start to know the politics and things that are going on, like, inside, you start to realize, like, yeah, there are some forces that decide to work against you for their own personal agenda. Yeah, I mean, that was it's clearly a joke. Anybody who works in law enforcement know they come across them all the time, and so it was a joke as in, like, oh, I haven't found any yet.
Excuse me, for counsel's benefit, this begins at the transcript for Exhibit 5.
Well, that's the thing, is they could have given other things besides the firing, and that's where it becomes a problem, is because if you're not using, if other people are doing those things and you're not firing them, and you're taking 3 days vacation from them, but you fired him, that's where it becomes a fucking problem. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be the same for everybody. It can't be one extreme for one person and way less for another for the same thing.
Okay, top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself.
Oh boy, those would be interesting.
I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
No, there was a bunch of other, I know other officers that, like, there was another case I covered that they had various different things that happened. And there was another one that wasn't public. It was similar to this, but not on the private device, on the personal device. And I think it was 4 days vacation and 1 suspended day of pay or something like that. So doesn't fit. You know what I mean?
Sorry about that.
I mean,
sir, if you could read
just
through
crossing
that page
T's
as
and
far as
dotting
who's,
I's.
texting
Francesca, I don't
and
think
what
Proctor's gonna win anything out of this because it's kind of like a kangaroo
Again,
court,
for
realistically.
friend from Tennessee and myself.
This is just to get to regular court.
I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained is.
What, if any, response did you provide?
No.
Objection was to the former question and answer. I'm striking.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is.
Lally, they're playing on the screen. They're not showing us, but
From the
yeah.
start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him?
So my
That's
shirt
what
is
I
gonna
initially
go,
thought
okay?
after talking to Can paramedic, then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
yes.
What do they say?
Here, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Also, I'd like to thank Karen for her $20 donation. I started a little while ago, but haven't had a chance to, like, shout it out. So thank you, my friend Karen. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
guys don't know who Karen
For
is,
the
she's
record,
true crime in one.
video
Most of
clip
you know who she is.
2 that was just played
Oh, thank you,
was
Holly.
from Exhibit
Appreciate
4,
you.
beginning at approximately 5 hours, 53 minutes,
Always save you a
18
seat.
seconds, until approximately 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, fair to say that concluded Michael Proctor's testimony as to allegations A, B, and C with regard to June 10th, his testimony on June 10th, and he did not testify on those subjects again until June 12th.
Correct.
May I please have clip 3 now, Commissioner?
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct.
Amount
You
of hours of
identified John
investigation.
O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen
Time.
in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And Commissioner.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529,
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. For the record, clip 3 begins from our exhibit 6, the video from June 12th of 2024 at about 0 hours, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Dale,
For the
for your
record,
$6
that was paused
donation. I
at approximately
appreciate you.
2 minutes and
Thank you for
30
believing in
seconds
justice.
into
Thank
this
you for
particular clip.
contributing and watching. I
Madam Clerk,
appreciate you.
or excuse me, I apologize, Madam Commissioner, I apologize. Could you please, and my timestamps are based on the full exhibit, so I'll have to approximate. Would it be possible to add?
I agree.
from
He's
2
the
minutes and 33
scapegoat.
seconds, would it be possible to add just under 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 53 seconds? So if we could go forward to 12 minutes and 26 seconds, if I'm doing my math correctly.
Mr. Green or somebody close by to have to participate. Is it 12 minutes to?
We have 4 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
5, 6.
That's 7.
7, yep. 8. 9. No, it's 9. It's 10. It's about 11.
Sure. No, I'll speak up. Okay, thank you. I was, yeah, so I'm sorry, what number is that now?
11
11
and a half.
11 and a half, okay.
12 minutes.
That's perfect.
Close enough. Thank you.
Yeah, Josh Levy definitely got some
Correct.
explaining to do.
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the
Well, he
neck.
has been responsible, but
Not
the
that I
punishment
observed.
needs to fit the
Looks a
crime
lot
too.
like
He's
a
apologized.
physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm just here to establish an alibi. That's what the shirt says, folks. All right, that's what it says.
Bird writes,
Just that's it. It's the reason I'm here to establish an
Bear, let's
alibi.
focus, correct?
Yes,
Who's Bear?
that's the another nickname I have.
0095 writes,
This whole thing
what
triggered
does
my
she
PTSD.
waffle
I feel
mean?
like I'm with you.
And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
I think hearing the trial triggers my fucking PTSD in general. But yeah, Levy got some splaining to do. That's for
The
sure.
record of what was played, as I mentioned before, it began at approximately 0 hours, 38 minutes, 20 seconds.
That becomes a problem,
Played for
yeah.
Approximately 2.5 minutes, then skipped ahead just under 10 minutes and played to the end of that particular clip, which would have been at about 0 hours, 55 minutes, and 12 seconds. From
Everybody.
our Exhibit 6.
Even me. I was at like a 15 today. I got to come back down. I got to do better. Woosah. Goose frappa.
Right, sir. You just saw the 3 clips that were played, is that correct?
Yes.
The first 2 being Michael Proctor's sworn testimony under direct examination from prosecutor Adam Lally, and the third under cross-examination by defense attorney Alan Jackson.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that as to allegation categories A, B, and C, Michael Proctor's communications with other individuals on those text message chains continued with a series of messages he exchanged with his sister? Is that correct, sir?
It is.
If I may just have one moment, please. Of course. Yes, if we could have clip 4, please, Madam Commissioner.
I'm sure there were no documents that you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I asked you about the prior packet, as far as the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
At 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similar to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th, 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
The text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of my mother had a stomach bug.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney.
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "We just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I said, yep, gonna be out for a while, homicide.
As far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time, on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regards to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who is talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not." I respond, "At the very least, it's suspicious." She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
Thank you. For the record, that was clip 4, extracted from exhibit 4.
That's the problem. They didn't treat it equally
24,
as to
beginning at
similar
6 hours,
offenses.
5 minutes and 48 seconds approximately, and played till approximately 6 hours, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, did Michael Proctor's testimony about the messages he sent with his sister?
Yeah,
relevant
punishment
to
didn't fit the crime.
allegations A, B, and C, did that testimony continue under cross-examination on June 12th of 2024?
It did.
May I have clip 5, please, Madam Commissioner?
He apologized, but punishment doesn't fit the crime. He is being scapegoated, and that's the bottom line, which is he's taken responsibility. He's apologized. He understands what he did is probably not right.
We've established that you're very
But
close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
he could have had days taken away
Just for reference,
like other people
I'll be
did.
asking the commission to pause the video. There's
Suspended without pay for a week, but the firing was a little much.
Be asking for this particular clip.
Exactly. There should have been other consequences. I don't know about a warning. He probably would have gotten at least some other thing, but
3 minutes and 50 seconds.
yeah, they don't want to give all the discovery over either. So he doesn't even know who he could bring as witnesses.
So please repeat that.
This shouldn't even be starting until he has all. That's why it's like a fucking kangaroo court.
And then advance it to.
And advancing it 2 minutes and 29 seconds to approximately 2 minutes.
I know, to what one?
To about 6
6 minutes.
6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the conversion.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident. you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes,
the nature of the case.
Correct.
It was a homicide, correct?
yes.
Yeah, that's Alan Jackson's voice. They're still watching the screen. Exactly, Holly. So many other
Now, did you
options.
discuss who the players were, who the people were that were involved, isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes,
At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. You write homicide, correct?
so I said 2668.
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide, is that right?
Yes,
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned, is that right?
correct.
She wrote, the Canton thing is a homicide, and you wrote, don't say a word to anyone.
I think this is
Correct.
the exception, Monarch.
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not, is that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
It is.
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at
Wait,
that
there
time,
are
it was at the time that you
Well,
wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon.
Magically
you believed
malicious.
The case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believe that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning, this kind of case could make or could break your career, right?
Objection.
Existing.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes,
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted, this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend, gotta interview them. Is that right?
Yes,
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
just that part.
Interview, why are you gonna interview him?
Yes,
She wrote, you gotta be kidding me, correct?
correct.
Did you,
We'll advance it for the 6 minutes, maybe 20 seconds or so.
Yes, please, thank
Well, that's the thing. Do you even want to work for them anymore? You know, I mean, he could get his job back if he got it back and go to a different agency. He could do various other things. I don't think the point of it is to get his job back and still stay with the MSP. I think the point probably is to get his job back and then from there do something else, you know? Like work in another capacity, maybe in another agency, for instance. He probably has been offered jobs in other
you. Again, that's how I
agencies.
read that message.
you don't deny
Too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news?
It definitely just froze and I don't know why. Hold on.
Julie and Chris were at the bar. I gotta go interview them.
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney.
Using this again, Mr. Carly? Please go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, that was, again, Respondents Exhibit 6, the video from June 12th of 2024. Playback began at approximately 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 43 seconds. It was played till approximately 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 40 seconds. And then it was skipped ahead to approximately 1 hour, 57 minutes, 9 seconds, and played to the end of that particular clip, 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 51 seconds. All right, Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, I want to move on to the allegation that you assigned letter D for the commission's benefit. Again, that was the allegation you categorized as D, was that Trooper Proctor allegedly sent derogatory, defamatory, disparaging text messages to non-law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide investigation. Is that true?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that as to allegation category D, sir, Michael Proctor's communications were also on multiple text message chains, one with the same large group of friends, another with his sister, and a third with his spouse?
Yes.
Was Trooper Michael Proctor's testimony on this subject, chronologically speaking, again, first addressed at that trial under direct examination from the prosecutor?
Yes.
And then also fair to say, this next clip will pick back up at a point we paused earlier, where Trooper Proctor was describing the text message chain with multiple friends, some in-state, some out-of-state, and conversation turns to Ms. Reed and her appearance.
Correct.
Madam Commissioner, may I have clip 6, please? There's no skipping this. Back there. Council's reference.
Second response, same number, Shihadli.
Apologies. For council's reference, this is transcript exhibit 5, respondents exhibit 5, date stamped beginning on approximately page 108. Thank you.
Second response, same number, Shihadli.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses for yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read those, sir.
Yeah, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job, CUNT.
So don't spell it, you have to, so these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text them?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. He's talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert.
My little wants
I
to
had
see the
mentioned
little
the
hearts pop up in the
compelling
corner,
evidence
guys.
against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that
Yes.
Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Heart emoji.
The rest of the
Is that cool?
unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? On the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2.
She said, bye. I love you guys.
And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. The number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH.
Watching little hearts pop up in the
I
corner. She
respond
gets so
again,
excited.
nut bag, as chief would say.
She can't hear anything because it's all in my headphones, but
I also respond with, she's got a leaky poo
she
knot,
likes the heart.
leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again,
Thank you. She's my last one to not leave the nest.
to
Holding on for dear life.
some medical conditions there.
She's the last.
Again,
my last
unprofessional comments I should not have made.
Huge, but they're big now.
That I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed.
Only 2 out of the 3 let me snuggle them. My middle's not a snuggler. So, but my
what
oldest
really
and
impact
youngest,
that have as far as
total
your
mummies girls.
age was concerned, regarding
These juvenile unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence
You
and
too.
the integrity of
should.
this investigation.
Thank you guys.
They say these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Thank you, ma'am. For the record, the last clip 6 just played was from Respondents Exhibit 4, a video from June 10th, 2024, beginning at approximately 6 hours, 0 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Some iPads will
Played
let you do that
until
too. Go on
approximately
desktop
6
mode.
hours, 4 minutes, and 22 seconds.
Oh, and for those of you who don't have
Detective Lieutenant Dwyer,
a membership, we found a workaround for you guys with iPhones.
Michael Proctor's testimony as to
Murder by
allegations
Maestro
he,
made us that QR code in the corner.
misread to his friend
If you
for
scan it with your
10,
phone, it'll
and he did
bring
not
you right to the
testify
place where
on
you can
that
buy a
subject
membership
again,
for the channel.
until June 12th.
Correct.
So that's our workaround. For those of you who had iPhones and couldn't do it from your
Before I
phone,
ask for clip
just put me on the
7, I'm just
TV
going
and
to
scan
note
that
the
code in the
next clip.
corner
Clip 7 will come from
with your phone camera.
June 12th.
Little thing will
For
pop up at the
counsel
bottom of the
commission's
screen, and then you
benefit,
click on it,
the transcript,
and it'll bring you right
Exhibit
to where
7,
you can choose a membership.
Respondents 199,
Tier.
beginning at approximately line 11. If I could have clip 7 when it's convenient for the commission, please. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts,
Hey,
he didn't
Alan.
do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation.
There's
correct?
199 of you over on X. Why don't you
But sir, you didn't
pop
have
over to YouTube?
all accounts.
Like, I don't know why more people don't pop
Did
over
you?
from X to YouTube.
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Ms. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And
you
that's-
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't
I'm
really
sorry,
know
go
why
ahead.
this needs
The
to be
accounts you
rehashed.
had, Trooper
It's kind of
Proctor, were two
Redundant.
people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had, investigators had interviewed, Ms. Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes,
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
yes.
What else did you say in response to, she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark?
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe, who's the she?
Ms. Reed,
Weird Fall River accent though. You're talking about her, the way she talks?
the accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, or physique, correct?
Yes,
You think that's appropriate?
absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
Shocker.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked,
The commissioner,
right?
Correct.
which is like, she already has her mind made up. All
You
of this
decided
is
on the 29th
really
of January,
just
17
for
hours into
show
this investigation.
at this
You
point.
decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only gonna put it on the girl, you decided you're gonna make sure this is cut and dry, and the way you're gonna do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
This is really just so he can get past
All
this
right, so
process and
that's
into real
sustained, you
court.
can, the content's fine, you have
So even
that,
though he
you can-
probably won't win this appeal, it'll allow him to
17 hours
then
into
move
this
on to
investigation,
regular
Trooper
court.
Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She's gonna catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Ms. Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were gonna make sure because 5051 had said she's gonna skate. She's skating. When you said zero chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am gonna make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in, good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
Well, that's
It
the
was
problem,
unprofessional
right?
of
That's
me.
not a
That's
question.
Something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think
That
we
should have
all
been
know it was
objected to.
unprofessional as
You know what I
well.
mean? Like,
I'm
they're
asking you,
just,
did you think it was funny?
According to my response at the time.
Hank is a stand-up guy.
apparently.
And I think
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it,
we send
pile
all the
on,
love to
of
Hank.
Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes,
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed,
And you write E-H, right?
yes,
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
correct.
Who's Chief?
Friend of mine,
And then you write what?
she's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your, essentially, I guess your rectum area,
Your anus,
yes,
that's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
yes,
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
yes,
Right? Like,
And
like
you
what
followed
the?
that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaked poo, correct?
I've heard about that
Right,
case.
so I'm gonna strike that. You could get this in, but do it the
It
right way.
is a
Mr.
kangaroo
Jackson.
court. It
You
realistically
followed
is.
that
The
up with
commissioner has their
phrase,
mind made up.
leaked
This is all
poo,
for
didn't
show.
I did.
This is why I said it's a shit
Again,
show from the
another
start.
reference to Miss Reed's medical issues. and
No matter
medical
what
conditions,
happens.
Correct?
They haven't even
Correct.
given over all the
Specifically
discovery yet, and they're
focused
still going
on her
forward with
penis,
this. That's
Correct?
In
kangaroo as it
reference,
gets.
yes,
Wow, that's a thing. No body, no parole.
Thank you.
Interesting. Maybe
For
they
the
need to do that
record,
here. You don't give up where the body is, you don't get parole.
7 came from
A lot of people's loved ones might be found that way,
beginning at
although they shouldn't ever be
1
given parole.
hour, 1 minute, and 29 seconds approximately, and was played until approximately 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 38 seconds. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, further as to allegation D of demeaning messages sent about a suspect sent to non-law enforcement. Is it fair to say that Michael Proctor's communications also included messages he exchanged with his sister?
Yes,
Specifically, on February 4th of 2022, did Michael Proctor send a message reading, quote, hopefully she kills herself?
he did.
And according to his testimony, Michael Proctor's testimony, to whom was he referring in that
Linda,
message, hopefully she kills herself?
take a picture of that so I can remember that for later.
And further as to allegation D of demeaning messages about a suspect sent to non-law enforcement, is it also fair to say Michael Proctor's communications also included messages he exchanged with his wife?
Yes,
Specifically on June 9th of 2022, did Michael Proctor send a text message reading, quote, we're going to lock this whack job up?
he did.
And according to Michael Proctor's testimony, to whom was he referring in that message?
Karen Reed.
All right, Detective Lieutenant, I want to return to the subject of your allegation E at a later point in your testimony. Right now, I want to ask you a series of questions and play a couple of clips with regard to the next allegation that was sustained according to your investigation, allegation F, namely
I don't know how
that
people
Michael
get to be
Proctor
so
sent derogatory, defamatory,
deplorable.
disparaging text messages to other law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide investigation. Specifically, I'll be asking for the next clip, which is in sequence clip 8. Before I do, however, I'd just like to direct counsel and the commission's attention. The page reference for the transcript is Exhibit 5, date stamped, respondents 125. Could I have, at the commission's convenience, clip 8, and this one unfortunately does have a jump in the middle of it.
Stephen, if we want to request it, we could, it's entirely.
there's a skip of about 7 minutes and 15 seconds in the middle of the tape. So, or the middle of this particular clip, just for efficiency and administrative economy here.
You'd like it to run for how long?
If you could please have it run at the beginning for the first 2 minutes and 1 second, and then skip ahead 17 minutes and 15 seconds to 9:16. Play to the end.
1916 or 916?
9:16.
916. Okay.
Mayor Bertram,
Yes.
another document, asking if you recognize that.
Yes.
You recognize that.
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir.
4.
And if you could
I'm definitely going to look into it.
read the contents
In
of
this case.
those messages contained there. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell's inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined or what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, who do you believe you're referring to?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
Yeah, Coach Jones.
Yes.
Yeah, Coach Whitfield.
Yes.
And you notice the documents, you those look up when you finish. You recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Krakowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kaskowski, and Trooper Chico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m.
Yes, it is, Michael.
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I me direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9, 2022 at 11:19 PM.
Yes,
Very bottom of the page. You know, Mayor, folks, just to point it out.
Yes.
yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9, 2022, around that time.
Do you like women who shit themselves?
Again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at age 7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Bukowski responds, that's her. Smoke. Trooper Bukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Albans beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Okay, so can I approach your retreating room?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I know. This is why I'm saying it's like redundant. We're going through all the same crap that we've already seen. It's like, why? It's redundant.
Yes.
You could have talked about all this instead of showing clips. Again, it's for maximum circus effect.
I do.
What do you recognize as being?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Bukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Kennick.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2684. there's a response from you, August 17, 2022 at 9:44 PM, is that correct?
Sorry, what, the date and time again, please?
Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 PM.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three
Yeah.
responses from you.
I have, yeah.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Fine, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
Mr. Carly, I'll ask you a please question ahead of the employer about this particular clip right now, and then we'll take a break after.
Yes. If I may note for the record, clip 8 that was just played, from Respondent's Exhibit 4. And the playback began from that clip at approximately 6 hours, 29 minutes.
I don't know. I keep looking down, so I didn't see who it was, but I didn't see Liz yet.
And was played until
Again,
approximately
I
6
keep looking down,
hours,
so I'll
31
tell you if I
minutes,
see her.
20 seconds. Then it was skipped ahead to 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 35 seconds approximately, and played until the end of the clip, which took place around 6 hours, 46 minutes, and 7 seconds on that exhibit. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, is it fair to say that from, with respect to your review and specifically allegation F, derogatory text messages sent about the suspect to other law enforcement personnel, that testimony that was just played effectively concluded Michael Proctor's testimony from June 10th?
Correct.
And then it did not pick up again until June 12th on cross-examination, is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I suggest suspending questioning of the commission's suggestion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the time is about 11:41 AM, and we'll do a 15-minute recess.
Welp. Skipping over this because it just stays on the seal for lots of minutes.
Good afternoon, we're now back on the record. The time is 12:03 PM. And I've informed the parties that we'll be taking a lunch break at 1 PM for 45 minutes. Mr. Carly?
Ooh, appreciate you, Michael.
For the record and for the commission and council's benefit, I have one last clip to play on this topic before I move on to other subjects. The next clip will begin, the transcript reference is at respondents 136 for Exhibit 5. And for the commission and council's benefit, this will be clip 9. Unfortunately, there is a skip in it, but I have the timestamps ready. For clip 9, if we could play for the first 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And then pause.
Super Proctor, in the summer of 2020.
No need to go back.
I interrupted you. I'm so sorry.
3 minutes and 8 seconds, play for the first 3 minutes and 8 seconds, and then move ahead to 8 minutes and 3 seconds and play to the end. And that would be the last time I ask for a jump in
significant employment. Thank you.
Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Butnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kotskowski.
Also, before we hear more of this relentless, nonsensical BS that we've heard 75 times already, do me a favor and hit the like button if you haven't. There's 245 of you on X. I wish some of you would pop over to YouTube because there's no live chat on X. You guys can't talk about anything on X, you know, and you're not seeing, obviously, all the comments. I try to put, you know, most of them up, but you guys don't get to see all of the live chat if you're over there on X. So, the 247 of you, there is a live stream for us over here on YouTube. So, but do me a favor and hit the like button. The share button would be well appreciated. If you can, and only if you can, obviously, but we rely solely on donations from you guys as a small channel to keep running and to keep these streams going and bringing you the content that you love. So we would very much appreciate the help. And you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have all the information here: PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Revolut. It's also in the description of the video on YouTube. There's a link in the chat. It's pinned at the top. You can click on that to just use credit or debit. If you don't have any of the payment apps like Venmo or Cash App, or Revolut works for those of you who are out of country. PayPal works for those of you out of country, and the link works for those of you who are out of country. So let's go back to the boringness of this, because it is boring, but it's important. And there are a couple other things that I want to touch on today, including the cyber bully mom. Like, who is she and why? That's an interesting topic that I kind of want to get to you guys about before the end of the day here. So,
Kakowski.
Tell me that again?
Kakowski.
Kotskowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Butnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave you that too.
appreciate you, Mike. But I can get you're the only one who knows how to comment on X. Not a lot of people know how to comment on X. You figured it out. Not a lot of people have.
Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies himself exists.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Unetti, correct?
Stilali.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right, is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan?
Yes.
And that's the district mark.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you with my phone. May I have that, please?
Okay, good. A little bit back. That's not perfect, yeah.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy? Briefly. Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentlemen?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on your?
Yeah, it's hard to figure out.
About receiving a photograph from Mr. Unetti.
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Ms. Reed, again, on professional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Ms.
I hope
Reed.
you got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Ms. Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Unetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Unetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him.
Who cares?
Correct, sir.
That's a
Who
visceral
cares?
response to someone who's just doing the job, right?
Objection.
I don't understand what the problem is if it's a fact, right? That's not even an opinion. Like a fact is a fact. You get mad about it, but it's still a fact.
Or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her.
No, not at all. That's her
This
right.
is just old stuff. This is from the trial that they're playing, so I don't think it'll ever change. But this is
Well,
old
listen
stuff
to
from the
this.
trial they're playing.
In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
No, if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? Sitting right there.
I still don't cheer for him now.
I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except for Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
They did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No news so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
When you said that to your bosses,
Yes, sir.
you were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity, it's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
Hi, Miss Jackson.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
So real.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out, but from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, that last clip 9, came from Respondents Exhibit 4, the video from June 10th of 2024, beginning at approximately 6 hours, 56 minutes, and 56 seconds. It was played until approximately 7 hours, 0 minutes, and 4 seconds. And then it was skipped ahead to approximately 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds, and played again until approximately 7 hours, 11 minutes, and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, as I indicated, I'm going to divert us from the video clips for the time being and ask you a series of questions about your investigation's findings and recommendations for 2 additional allegations. Namely, I want to ask you about allegation that you lettered E, that Michael Proctor accepted a reward, gift, or gratuity, and allegation G, that he searched for nude photographs of suspect Karen Reed. Just to remind the Commission, sir, is it correct to say your recommendation as to both such allegations after your review of the evidence in this case was both were not sustained because of lack of sufficient evidence to prove them? Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, beginning with allegation E, sir. What was the basis for the claim you investigated about Michael Proctor allegedly accepting a reward, gift, or gratuity?
He testified that in a text exchange with his sister, she had texted him that a potential witness in the investigation wanted to get him a gift.
And based on your review of Michael Proctor's testimony,
Like, come on, stop it.
Retrial, the first Karen retrial in the summer of 2024, what if any response did he give to that suggestion in that particular exchange?
His response was to get Elizabeth one, and he wanted to say that Elizabeth is his wife.
Based on your review of Mr. Proctor's testimony, any applicable messages, and any other evidence from any other source that you gathered on the subject, did you find any indication that Michael Proctor, his spouse, or the friend had ever taken any action to further the request for or to actually obtain any gift?
No.
Based on that review, did you find an indication that Michael Proctor or his spouse had ever communicated with the friend about the gift or the possibility of getting one?
No.
As part of your investigation, and this is a subject to which we will return, did you interview Michael Proctor in July of 2024?
I did.
Did you ask him about this subject in particular, specifically this exchange regarding Get Elizabeth One.
I did.
And based on his answers to you in that interview, can you summarize what he told you and what, if any, inferences you drew from that?
He told us that when he got that text and he responded with Get Elizabeth One, he wasn't meaning to get Elizabeth a gift. He was trying to reference the fact that while he was working late and long hours in this investigation, his wife was home taking care of his kids. He was merely trying to show that the recognition, that his wife had deserved the recognition and not him.
Belongs to say
And,
thanks to her, not to me.
Just to, I think I asked this question, but just to put a fine point on it, sir, did you ever find any evidence in your investigation to suggest any follow-up effort on Michael Proctor or anyone else's part to obtain that gift?
No.
All right. And did you take from that support for Mr. Proctor's statements to you in the interview that this was not meant to be taken literally, that he was not soliciting a gift?
Correct.
All right. Now shifting gears, sir, to the other allegation that you stated or found was not sustained, allegation G, sir. What was the basis for the claim that you investigated about Michael Proctor allegedly searching for nude photographs of Jeremy?
He had texted some co-workers in regards to searching Ms. Reed's cell phone, no nudes so far.
And that was the subject of the last couple of clips that were just played, where he was under questioning by the prosecutor and the defense counsel during that portion of the Jeremy Reed trial.
Correct.
All right. And did you ask Mr. Proctor about this particular subject during your July 2024 interview of him as well?
I did.
Based on your review of the trial testimony and what he told you in that interview and any other evidence that you received on this point, what, if anything, did you find? What inferences did you draw?
So from his testimony in his interview with us, he had stated that he was authorized to be searching in her phone for geographical data, text messages, and he related, and I know this to be true, at least anecdotally, that it is not uncommon to find personal or sensitive photos on a cell phone when you're not looking for them. He stated that that the text he sent was an inappropriate joke, referencing that anecdotally true fact, and he had in no way or effort searched for any photos, and I found that to be credible.
All right, sir. And you mentioned a couple of things I want to follow up on. You mentioned he was authorized to go through that phone. Your investigation indicated he was authorized to go through Ms. Reed's phone at that time based on the authority of the search warrant?
Correct.
And then I want to ask you about your statement that anecdotally you know certain things about where that kind of content can come from during the search of the cell phone. When you say anecdotally, is that based on your training and experience, sir?
It is, sir.
And did you previously work as a member of an SPDU working major crimes cases in a similar fashion to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And in terms of training and experience as to where you might find or where you might inadvertently find nude images contained on a cell phone, that's based on your personal experience of searching phones pursuant to warrants of the kind that Mr. Proctor had obtained.
It is.
I want to ask you the next series of questions, sir, about allegations H, I, and J that you investigated. Fair to say, sir, those particular allegations, as you termed them in your report, H, I, and J, those are all related to one another?
They are.
And in general, what was the nature of allegations H, I, and J?
In July of 2022, Trooper Proctor, along with a Canton police officer, had traveled to the Cape area to work on an unrelated invest. While they were down there on their return trip home, they stopped for dinner, where Trooper Proctor testified that he had a beer or two and then drove home.
And did you receive information from Mr. Proctor either during his public testimony at the trial or during your interview with him that he was operating his department issued cruiser on that occasion?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And fair to say that during the criminal trial, Mr. Proctor was asked about text messages he exchanged between himself and Canton Police Officer Albert at that time.
Yes,
One of the messages that was exchanged on this subject was Officer Albert saying, "It's bad, I was hungover for sure today."
correct.
And Officer Albert acknowledged that he had left his badge in the state police cruiser that Trooper Proctor was assigned at that time.
Yes,
All right. And just to split them off for a moment, just to be absolutely clear on the record, H, I, and J. Allegation H concerns simply whether or not he consumed alcohol on duty. Is that a fair characterization of allegation H as you phrased it?
it is.
Allegation I, on the other hand, concerns whether Mr. Proctor operated his cruiser after consuming alcohol.
Correct.
All right, and then allegation J concerns whether or not he put in for and received overtime pay improperly. Is that correct?
Correct.
Fair to say during his public testimony, he did answer some questions on these particular subjects that were of significance to your investigation on these 3 points.
He did.
Could you summarize, please, sir, what information did Michael Proctor provide by means of his testimony under cross-examination on June 12th, 2024 on these particular related allegations?
He testified that he drank 1 or 2 beers and then got into his cruiser and drove home.
Did he indicate that that particular instance was all on July 19th, 2022?
He did.
And he also answered some questions about the text messages on that occasion and the following day.
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you about the follow-up steps you took, sir, personally, during your investigation of H, I, and J. For the week encompassing July 19th and ending July 23rd, 2022, did you have occasion to obtain Michael Proctor's pay station entry time report?
I did.
Can you describe, sir, just in general, what report that is? What kind of document is that?
So the pay station is our attendance. It's how we get paid every week. We put in the hours that we work, and that's what generates our pay.
The particular pay station time entry report for that week that I just asked you about, was that ultimately attached to your report as Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Could you turn to Exhibit 9 in the respondent's exhibits, please? Is Exhibit 9 in front of you now, sir?
It is.
All right, so that's Respondent's Exhibit 9. Does that also line up with the Exhibit 9 that you attached to your report?
Yes.
All right, and that is the, just to be absolutely clear, that's the pay station time entry report for the week encompassing July 19th of 2022.
It is.
All right. Did you also have occasion to obtain what is known as the administrative journal duty roster for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit, including any entries for Michael Proctor for shifts or overtime claimed on the date of July 1922?
I did.
And did you ultimately make that Exhibit 10 to your report?
I did.
And is that the same Exhibit 10 that's Respondent's Exhibit 10?
It is.
All right. And then last in this group, sir, for the date July 19th, 2022, did you also have occasion to obtain an automatic vehicle locator, also known as AVL report, for Mr. Proctor's assigned cruiser at that time?
I did.
Did you ultimately make that Exhibit 11?
I did.
And if you could turn to Respondent's 11, is that the same Exhibit 11 that you attached to your report?
It is.
All right, sir. Having obtained these records, could you please summarize for the commission what they contain and what, if any, inferences you drew from them with respect to these related allegations H, I, and J?
Sure. The SBDU DAJ showed that he was scheduled to work on the 19th. His pay station shows that he did work and he did get paid for his regular shift, which was 8:30 to 5. It also showed that
He did get paid for his regular shift.
from 8:30 to 5. It also showed that he also got paid overtime from 5 till 10:30 at night. The AVL logs confirmed that he was working. He did work he started work at 8:30 and he did return home at the time that was consistent with what he put in for his overtime.
And when it came to the AVL logs, because those are linked to the department issued cruiser that he was assigned at the time, those AVL logs indicate that in terms of his operation, he was operating that department issued cruiser on that occasion.
Correct.
Based on his investigative duties that day, sir, did your investigation reveal that the department had authorized him to disable the cruiser's AVL capability in order to protect the integrity of the investigation he was working on that occasion?
Yes,
And fair to say you found no violation of misconduct in that respect?
correct.
During, again, the same interview I asked you about before, the July 2024 interview that you conducted with Michael Proctor, did you ask him about these related allegations during that interview?
I did.
What information relevant, if any, to your investigation did he provide to you during that interview?
Trooper Proctor, he reiterated that he had 1 or 2 beers at dinner on his way home. He stated that his work down the Cape, he interviewed a witness and tried to track down a witness. I found that from Canton to the Cape, to include travel time and the work and the time that he spent on his work down there, including the stop for dinner, that the amount of time he put in for overtime was appropriate.
Could I ask you please to go to respondents 18, your report, please. Could you go to specifically respondents, page 502, please? You see paragraph 27 there on 502?
I do.
All right, sir. Looking at toward the bottom of 27, paragraph 27 on respondents 502, 6 lines up, in about the middle of the line, 6 lines up, do you see the sentence that begins, "While there has been nothing found"?
Yes.
Could you read just that one sentence, or excuse me, just those 2 consecutive sentences, starting with "while there has been nothing found"?
While there has been nothing found in this investigation to support the notion that Trooper Proctor was intoxicated, department members are not allowed to consume alcohol while working. His testimony, combined with his statement provided to investigators, confirmed that he consumed alcohol and then operated his department-issued cruiser on July 19th, 2022.
Right, sir. As a result of your entire investigation, and specifically your findings and the evidence gathered on this point, did you recommend sustained findings for both allegations H and I, consumption of alcohol and operation of a department cruiser after having consumed alcohol?
Yes.
And based on, again, the same information, and in particular directing your attention to exhibits 9, 10, and 11, what facts did you gather relevant to allegation J, the suggestion of potential overtime abuse, or the allegation of potential overtime?
So like I previously said, looking at or considering the travel time from Canton to the Cape, the amount of work he did, and the amount of time that he spent at a restaurant, I found it appropriate. It's entirely reasonable for troopers while they're working to stop and have a meal. It would be inappropriate if it was an extended stay at a restaurant. But again, factoring in the travel time, the time that he was working down there, his return home, I found that he did not spend any extended period of time eating. So I found it appropriate.
So this was not an inappropriate request for overtime pay based on the statements of the department.
Correct.
And as a result, you recommended a finding of exonerated with respect to this particular allegation, allegation J.
I did.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir, I want to take you through the next few exhibits attached to your report, if I could, please. I'll be referencing specifically exhibits 12 through 18, then the next group of questions. Several times just now, I asked you about the interview, the July 2024 interview you conducted in this case of Mr. Proctor, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to issue what's known as a standard subject call-in letter to Michael Proctor to arrange for that interview through his counsel?
Yes.
And did you ultimately make that initial call-in letter attachment exhibit 12 to your report?
I did.
And if you could go to exhibit 12, respondents exhibit 12. Is that the same exhibit 12 that you attached to your report?
Yes.
All right. And was that call-in interview date rescheduled in the case from that date to July 19th of 2024?
It
At
was.
the request of Mr. Proctor's attorney?
Yes.
And did it actually ultimately end up taking place on the date requested by his counsel?
Yes.
And was a second subject call-in letter issued as a result of the rescheduled interview?
Yes.
And did you ultimately make that exhibit 13 to your report?
I did.
All right, and that's the same exhibit 13 that's before you as respondents 13?
Yes.
Did you provide to Michael Proctor prior to beginning that interview the standard department administrative rights notice and waiver forms for the purposes of conducting that interview on July 19th?
I did.
24th?
Totally welcome.
Were Michael Proctor and his counsel given full opportunity to read and execute those forms prior to beginning the interview?
Yes.
And were those forms constituting a total of 3 pages ultimately made exhibit 14 to the report?
Yes.
And is that the same exhibit 14 that's respondents 14?
No.
All right, so what do you have there?
This is a email to Trooper Proctor advising him of his call-in letter.
All right. Could I inquire of the commission that it's possible there was a printing error with regard to the witnesses binder?
You can go to it.
Okay, thank you. Could I inquire of the commission with respect to, there appears to be a printing error with regard to exhibit 14, and I apologize to the commission. Is there a way to refer to the exhibit 14 in the commission's copy?
Yes, I do. Do you have yeah, it's good. Hold on a second.
May I approach? All right, sir. My apologies for the confusion. Exhibit 14. The exhibit 14 that's now before you as respondents exhibits 401, pages 401, 402, 403, and 404. Are those the administrative rights and waiver forms that were executed by Mr. Proctor and counsel on that occasion?
Yes.
My apologies for the confusion. The interview of Michael Proctor on that day, was that taken in the presence of counsel?
Yes.
And was he afforded, he being Mr. Proctor, afforded the opportunity to consult with his attorney as much as desired before answering questions?
He was.
Was the interview recorded?
Yes.
How was it recorded?
On a digital handheld device.
And I'll note for the record that that's been submitted as exhibit 15 to the commission.
Yes, thank you.
Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, ultimately, just to round out this particular series of exhibits in this portion of your report and respondents' exhibits, did you ultimately include what's known as a concise history, which is essentially a disciplinary history for Michael Proctor, and include that as exhibit 16 to your report?
I did.
All right, and I'll note for the record that that was served as exhibit 16, respondent 16. So, just to be absolutely clear on the record.
It's the internal affairs guy from the state police.
Transcript of the testimony by Michael Proctor during that interview, and 17 is the audio. I apologize for confusion. Sir, and I think we referenced it before, but just to be absolutely clear on the record, respondent exhibit 18 is your report that you all authored in this case.
It is.
All right, so moving ahead, if I could please, to the next set of exhibits. I have a series of questions on exhibits number 19 through 29, respondents 19 through 29. During the course of your investigation, were you permitted on the execution of the non-disclosure agreement that you mentioned earlier from the Federal District Court of Massachusetts to obtain and use for this disciplinary investigation copies of the trial exhibits from the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed prosecution containing the text message chains that have been referenced here today?
Yes.
All right. And if you could please refer to exhibits 19, 20, and 21. If you could just briefly take a look at 19, 20, and 21 as in the binder for you, and just tell me if those are correct representations of the trial exhibits that were obtained from the Norfolk Superior Court.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about exhibits 22 and 23. Could you turn to 22, please, sir? Respond to 22.
Yes, sir.
Could you just briefly describe for me, please, what is exhibit 22?
It is a training bulletin that's sent out to all members of the Mass State Police.
All right, and specifically, this particular training bulletin contained in respondents 22 is training bulletin 2017-19.
Correct.
Does that title for that training bulletin indicate it was issued in the year 2017?
Yes.
All right, and the title of the particular training bulletin is use of communication devices?
Correct.
All right, and just for completion here, is exhibit 23 second issuance of that training bulletin for the 2018 date?
It is.
And is that the content of those essentially identical, sir?
They are.
All right. Are these documents examples of notifications put out by the department to all employees, alerting them to specific legal policy and other developments as they arise?
Yes.
The two bulletins here together, exhibits 22 and 23, they inform sworn members of an occasion in which a superior court ordered the production of law enforcement officers' personal smartphones in order to extract discoverable information from them?
Yes.
And specifically discoverable statements by law enforcement contained on personal cell phones in connection with the criminal case?
Yes.
Do they further indicate that that was done because officers had been communicating and therefore making statements about an official investigation on the personal smartphones?
Yes, sir.
In other words, the department was bringing to its employees' attention, specifically directed to members involved in criminal investigations and prosecutions, the discoverability of statements by law enforcement in the form of communications on personal and electronic devices.
Correct.
If you could now refer, sir, to exhibits 24 and 26, 24 through 26, 24, 25, 26. All right, so are you at exhibit 24 to begin?
Yeah, he's internal
Yes, sir.
affairs. I mean, how
Is
much
that
stuff do they
a,
look past? You know what I'm saying?
Copy of Article 5.
But you want to go hard after
with
a
effective date
private cell
of,
phone? Come on.
December 6th of 2023.
It is.
And Article 5 is one of the department's rules and regulations, specifically its rules of conduct applicable to all sworn members.
It is.
All right, sir. And with respect to exhibit 25, is that also known as Department Rules and Regulations, Article 6?
Yes.
All right, sir. And specifically with respect to Article, specifically with respect to Exhibit 25, Article 6, this is titled Regulations Establishing Disciplinary Procedures and Temporary Relief from Duty.
Correct.
And these are also applicable to all sworn members of the department as of the effective date of this policy, September 27th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
And finally, sir, Exhibit 26, is that known as Schedule A, or Appendix A, stating the disciplinary guidelines for the department effective as of September 27th, 2023?
It is.
I agree, big time scapegoat.
And
That like button, people.
with respect to the specific
Can.
charges and
Appreciate you.
specifications that
There's
came
275
about
of you on
as a result
X.
of the findings of your investigation,
Come on over to YouTube.
can those be found on the internal charge sheet for Mr. Proctor's trial board and the accompanying charge summary?
Yes, sir.
Can you go to Exhibit 27, please, sir? So the respondents 673 and 674, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the charge sheet for Trooper Michael Proctor, then Trooper Michael Proctor, for IAS 2024-0014, in other words, your investigation, sir?
Yes.
Madam Commissioner, at this time, I'd like to ask Detective Lieutenant Dwyer a series of questions regarding the respondent's exhibit 35, and specifically the 3 clips that I provided to the commission. So I just wanted to ask for clips A, B, and C to be queued up if possible. Thank you.
Sorry, are you going to play them in their entirety?
They will be played in their entirety. There is no skipping.
Thank you. The defendant has
They-
kindly kept what of the time?
They total less than 5 minutes. If it's the commission's inclination, I'd suggest playing through those clips and then breaking for lunch if that's
It's up to
acceptable.
you, we could do.
I mean, come on, Bob.
Thank you. I won't be sure to end before 1 o'clock.
I'm still wanting
Before we
breadsticks from
play
talking about it
clip A
yesterday.
from Exhibit 35, Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, if I could just ask you, sir. Following the termination of the appellant from the department, did you have occasion to learn of public interviews that he provided to news outlets that were broadcast?
One.
Yes.
Ooh,
Was one of them the ABC News program 2020?
Yes.
And did that air on June 17th?
I believe so.
Okay. With respect to this particular news interview that was broadcast at that time, Exhibit 35 for the record. This took place after your report was concluded, after the trial board was concluded, and after Mr. Proctor was terminated. Is that correct?
Correct.
There is no sense in which any of this, because it post-states those events, there's no sense in which any of this directly led to or was part of the disciplinary process that started with your investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
These are simply statements by the appellant made publicly after his termination was issued by the court.
Correct.
Agreed,
Was your
Jimbo.
attention, prior to your testimony here today, sir, was your attention directed to that interview and a series of particular statements made by the appellant during that interview?
It was.
And did you have occasion to review those portions of that interview prior to your testimony?
I did.
May I ask, please, that clip A be played?
Josh Levy got some splaining to do, and I doubt we'll ever hear from him, but I really think, like, you know, the FBI has a hand in this, and they really need to fix their fucking
The
mess
murder
of what
mystery
they
just
created
outside
to
of
harm
Boston,
people.
sparking some explosive accusations against law enforcement.
Do you think Proctor will testify, Karen?
I don't believe so.
The lead investigator on this case, Michael Proctor, did not take the stand this time around. His highly offensive text messages about Karen Reed, which were obtained from his personal cell phone during a federal investigation, they rocked that first trial.
She's a whack job. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent though, no ass. No nude so far, she's gross.
During the retrial, the defense once again accuses him of running a biased investigation.
You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part, that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally.
It's also
Michael Proctor
false.
went far beyond
It's
just
false.
insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman.
And while the prosecution
What did you
condemns
do to
Proctor's
people?
text messages,
Just
they stand
ask him
firmly
for a
by the
friend.
investigation.
There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted.
Within hours of that first trial ending, Michael Proctor was relieved of duty by the Massachusetts State Police. He was later fired. He sat down for an exclusive interview with us and addressed those text messages, some of which were sent to personal contacts outside of law enforcement. Who are you writing to?
My good buddies that I've been friends with since first grade. Ken hasn't had a homicide for 20 years. So they're naturally interested, just regrettable messages. But in all the content and the messages, what you don't see is a conspiracy.
What do you see?
I see someone who's caught up in the moment of investigating, you know, a fellow police officer and just saying inappropriate things.
Can you see why people called you sexist and misogynist?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can 100% understand why.
Commissioner, at this time, if we could have exhibit B, clip B played, also from exhibit 35.
I mean, I think one of the texts that you sent about Karen Reed is that you said, hopefully she kills herself. You texted this to your sister. That seems incredibly unprofessional for a homicide investigator speaking about his suspect.
It was made in jest. You know, it's a figure of speech. Hopefully she kills herself like that.
That's a figure of speech? Do you use that commonly?
Yes, not commonly, but it's a figure of speech. I made it like jest. It wasn't like literally, I hope she kills herself.
At what point did you develop such strong negative feelings about Karen Reed that you would say things like, hopefully she kills herself, or calling her the C word?
Well, it
Those
becomes a case of like,
feelings developed
you might not agree with what he said,
as the case went on.
but
I mean, can you see how people might think, well, he was caught in this instance
Everyone
speaking about a
requires
suspect in
personal
this way.
texts.
Maybe it's happened in other
That's
cases as
the
well.
problem.
I 100% understand why people would think that.
And also,
But when you
he's
have,
not the,
you know,
let's just make something clear. There are
fellow
a
police officer
ton of people in the state
around my
police
age, 2 kids of his own,
who are making
generates
comments like this
an emotion.
privately that
And I express those emotions in
people
a
just
in a
don't know
negative
about
way.
because it's not put
Which
out
I
there
shouldn't. I
into
shouldn't
the
even
public eye for people to scrutinize.
text to my
Personal
friends
messages
and-
aren't meant to scrutinize. None of ours are. Yours or anyone else's for that matter.
The last
Do you
clip.
want to put the last?
Yes, please, if we could have one final clip. It's on the
We're not meant to scrutinize people's personal thoughts when they're pissed off, angry, frustrated. Sometimes you say things that you don't actually
And the
mean
defense
when
never
you're
misses
pissed
an
off
opportunity to
or
mention the name
frustrated.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator on this case.
This case carries a malignancy, a cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. His name is Michael Proctor.
It is not hard to conclude that Michael Proctor's words provided the jury with reasonable doubt in the first trial.
That concludes the clips that I called special attention to, the commission's special attention. With respect to Exhibit 35, I'm satisfied to suspend here for lunch if the commission so directs.
All right, it's 12:53 PM. So return at 1:45.
So talking about returning at 1:45. Well, that's already happened, so we're gonna skip.
With the commission's permission, I'd like to
Skip, skip,
return
skip.
14 to
Skip. Looks like they're still not back yet. I'm confused here. Okay, well, this is current. So what happened? This is current. It's supposed to come back for lunch, blah, blah, blah. And then no. So maybe they started a new stream after lunch. Let's check. I don't know what the hell is going on. Yep, there we go.
Messages is there.
They started a new one after lunch. Okie dokes. I mean, there's no chance through this kangaroo court appeals process that's going to happen. I think, oh my God, imagine now they're using Signal just so this doesn't happen. I mean, it's probably happening. Yeah, I mean, there's not good chances for this shitstorm. If he goes to regular court after this, I mean, there's a decent chance that he could. But you just never fucking know, you know? Imagine they are using Signal now. But that's the thing, they did have chain of custody. Like, they did have chain of custody. By somebody screaming, where was the chain of custody? Where was the chain of custody? Where was the chain? It doesn't change the fact that there was a chain of custody. Once it entered the evidence room, it's logged as entered the evidence room. It doesn't get logged every day after that. It only is then logged when it comes out of the evidence room. That is the chain of custody. All of that happened. So the defense screaming, where's the chain of custody? Where's the chain of custody? Doesn't mean that there wasn't a chain of custody. There was. We saw it in the trial. You're not going to log a piece of evidence every day it's in evidence. That's just not the way it works. It logs in and logs out. So, you know, I mean, I think a lot of us use dark humor to deal with things, but I don't think that's even, you know, the union sucks. Let's just make that clear. They did log where and when it's collected. It gets logged on the bag. There is no, so that's just not the way it works. Like, people have this thought of the way it should work in their mind, of the way chain of custody should work in their mind. It is bagged into an evidence bag. On that evidence bag, there are lines to say where, when, how, or whatever. It gets logged onto the bag. That's the process. That's how it works. people not liking that process doesn't mean that that's not the process. That is the process. They have this thought in their mind that chain of custody should be on a piece of paper and written from the time it leaves where it was to when it's in the car to from the car into evidence, so on and so forth. That is not the way it works. It gets bagged up, and during that process, on the bag gets written where it was
Good
collected,
morning.
at what time, and by whom. And that's it. I think the problem is what people's expectations are versus what actually happens. I really think that's honestly the problem, because it was logged. Those were logged.
Good morning.
And the funny part about the solo cups and the
My
bag
name is Angela
are
C. McConney.
Canton PD had a very short window of time to collect anything they could that would have been destroyed
I am a
before the state
commissioner
police
for
could get there.
Massachusetts Civil
The
Service
state police
Commission.
take
With me
jurisdiction.
today is
Canton PD
Walt
were just trying to
Quinnen,
collect whatever they could before it was ultimately
QUINNAN,
gone.
The General Counsel of the
And
Commission.
because by statute, by
The time
law,
is approximately
here in Massachusetts, they are not the people who investigate unattended deaths. They wouldn't have things that the police who do those investigations have. So really, they had to work with what they could figure out. And best practices for collecting something like that would be a clean plastic container, which is what the solo cup was, and a paper bag, which is what the bag was. So they still did what is in best practices to do. And sometimes you have to improvise. Is it ideal? No. But had they collected nothing and waited for the state police to come, they would have said, why didn't anybody collect anything while the state police were on their way? We knew it was going to take them a long time, and they were having a problem because of the weather. Why didn't anybody collect anything? Why didn't Canton PD collect anything? That would have been the narrative. The narrative would have been like, why didn't they just try anything they could to get what they could? And that's exactly what they did. In a lot of states, they don't have to worry about having that sort of blizzard factor of dealing with sometimes you got to do shit on the fly. Had they not collected that and waited for the state police and it was destroyed by the weather, people would have been screaming and yelling, why didn't they try to collect it? Why didn't the Canton PD try to collect what they could for the state police? So, you know what I'm saying? It's damned if they do and damned if they don't. Had Brian Albert went outside, people would have said he was contaminating the area. He was tampering with evidence. Also, by the time he was woken up, John was already taken off into the ambulance. So what exactly was he going outside to do? Who was he saving in his underwear? The snow? So some of these false narratives of things that keep perpetuating are just not only not true, but the expectations people have versus what the reality is and how it's done realistically are not the same. You know, they did a whole independent audit on it. Like there was no issue. They did what they needed to do, you know? Yeah, at the barracks, but people are expecting that like at the scene you're going to have a piece of paper and it's going to be logged from the time it's on the ground to the, and then log it again, you know, you write it down again when it gets in the cruiser, and then you write down how long you were in the cruiser, and then again when you get out, and then again when it goes into evidence. It's just absurd, the shit people expect. And that's what they are, and that's what they were. Logged, signed, and dated. The evidence bags were. That's exactly what happened in this case. And again, you're hearing from somebody who was in the state police, so, well, that's right. CSI is not real life. You know, that storm was brutal. It absolutely was. Yeah, they had to use some of their personal vehicles to get there because of that. And it took them longer. They couldn't take cruisers. Now, Canton's a small town. They hadn't had a murder in like 25 years or something, you know, and it's not a place that has a ton of crime. There, you know, like I just said, there are various reasons for that. It's not a huge crime area. If it was Boston and they didn't have them, I'd be like, well, dear God, it's Canton. It's a place like, you would, it's like saying like, a big difference between Fall River having them and a place like Marshfield. There's not a ton of crime in Marshfield. Yeah, I agree, but that's the problem with leaving it up to each department by themselves, that each department gets to decide how they're going to do X, Y, and Z, and I think that's why that becomes a problem. Oh, I bet they have them now. Absolutely they have them now. Abso-freaking-lutely. No, I know you're not picking fights. I know you're just, asking questions. I don't mind that. I'm just saying, like, we have to think about what's realistic and what is versus what people's expectations, unrealistic expectations are. People who watch true crime have these ridiculous, unrealistic expectations of certain things. And especially even like law wise, they don't understand why X, Y, and Z is done. Well, it has to be done that way legally, right? The state police have to take over that investigation because it's by statute. Like they do all unattended deaths. That's the way it works. So where other states don't have that, right? Other states, their cops go right into investigating it. Their local PDs. We don't do that here in Massachusetts. It's just not the way it works. The state police take jurisdiction over that in any unattended death. So it's a little bit different here. So when people are talking to their local PD, well, their local PD also have the expectation of what they do, which is different state to state. Regulations are different state to state. The way things are done are different state to state. So even people in other states, I watched a bunch of people on YouTube, officers are like, this, and this should have been done. And I'm like, legally, we can't do that here. Maybe you guys can, but we cannot. And that's the big difference here, right? Is that there are different regulations and things are done differently. Well, I forgot about those three. I forgot about the big cities are the only other ones. Springfield, Worcester, and Boston, I think. Yeah, Boston. But other than that, I mean, like every other little city and town don't do their own unattended death investigation. That all goes to the state police, and that's under statute. So I don't, you know what I mean? Everybody else expects that, the Canton PD was going to do all the investigation, or that if something happens when you're in Pembroke, that the Pembroke, unattended death in Pembroke, the Pembroke cops are going to have all that and do all that. Like they should have certain things, but they have no jurisdiction over unattended deaths in Pembroke. That goes to the state police. So, no, all states are different. They have different statutes, different things that they follow. There should be best practices across the board. But once again, when you leave it up to department to decide how they're going to train people, when they're going to train, there are certain trainings that they have to have. But once again, when you leave certain things up to department to do, like each department to do, it becomes a shit show, right? Like, and that's part of the problem. I forgot about those big three, but Boston, Springfield, and Worcester are the only other ones that do their own unattended death investigations. Everyone else has to rely on the state police, and that's a big burden for the state police. Like, those are a lot of like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield are large areas, but even if when you take those out, do you know how many cities and towns are in Massachusetts? There are a freaking lot. So that is a lot of work for the state police to have to do all the unattended deaths in all of these different cities and towns, all of these areas, right? So I think realistic versus what isn't realistic is part of the problem. Is what people perceive to be realistic and what actually happens are two totally different freaking things. Yeah, no, they do. Counties do things differently within the same state. So Bristol County, for example, might do something different than Plymouth County. It literally the DAs might choose to charge on something that a DA in Bristol might not, that someone in Plymouth will. Again, that is why it should be like across the board. I have no control over that, unfortunately. Oh, Rhode Island does things. I lived in Rhode Island at one point. Yeah, I've watched, obviously. I think everybody's watched CSI at least once in their life, but I don't mean you in general. I mean, like other people have these expectations of what's going to happen versus what actually happens. And I think also the difference is, like I said, state to state, city to town, it's different. And so people expect what's done in their state or their city is also what's going to be done across the country. And that's just not the case. So that also puts a expectation level on what they expect to see. You know what I'm saying? So that also then feeds criticism sometimes when it's not warranted, sometimes when it is, but also sometimes when it's not. So, you get into sticky territory that way where you gotta make sure that you know what city or town or state you're looking at this case, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, etc., before saying they should have, could have, would have done X, Y, or Z. Because yeah, maybe they do that over here in this state or in this town, but they might not over here in this state and in this town. So it's one of those things where it's just like there's nothing we can do. It's the internet, right? Like, people are going to say what they're going to say, but the problem is jumping on a bandwagon. And I think there are a lot of people that jumped on a bandwagon, and happens in a lot of cases, you know what I mean? Where people just see one person say one thing and then they perpetuate that, even if it's not true. They just automatically believed it, and then they're responding to that and putting it out there as it's fact, and it goes on and so forth. And now it's out to 100,000 people who are also repeating it. That's where it becomes the problem, right? And I don't think there's much we can do to stop that other than try to be better ourselves about what we put out there, I mean, we're human. Not everybody's always going to get everything right, but you got to try your best at least. I mean, at least do a little bit of research. Don't just go out there blind and, you know what I'm saying? I know you were. Listen, I can smell a troll from a mile away, my friend. You are not one. Plus, we've seen you here before. We knows you. We knows you. We knows you. And tell your dad we appreciate him, because even though I've had shitty interactions with officers, I've also had some really good ones. And I respect the fuck out of somebody doing that job. I worked in the prison system. It's not an easy job by any stretch of the imagination.
Approximately 9:30 a.m. on August 26, 2025. This first day of hearing is being held in person at the offices of the Civil Service Commission at 100 Cambridge Street in Boston, Massachusetts. Additional days of hearing are scheduled for tomorrow, August 27, 2025, and later this year on October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. I am the hearing officer for today's appeal, filed with the Civil Service Commission on March 27, 2025, and docketed as case number D1-25085. The appellant in this matter is Michael D. Proctor, Proctor. At this time, I ask that co-counsel for Mr. Proctor please stay seated and introduce yourselves and spell your names for the record.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Daniel Moynihan, Attorney Daniel Moynihan, on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Moynihan.
Good morning, Commissioner. Mark Russell, MARK, RUSSELL, on behalf of Michael Proctor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. The respondent in this matter is the Massachusetts Department of State Police. At this time, I again ask that counsel for the department stay seated, introduce yourselves, and spell your names for the record.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Stephen Carley on behalf of the respondent, Massachusetts Department of State Police, STEPHENCARLEY.
And who is with you today, Mr. Carley?
This is my associate, Pamela Rottenberg.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
It's RAUTENBERG.
Thank you, Ms. Rottenberg. Thank you, Mr. Carley.
Madam Commissioner, may I also introduce my associate,
Yes.
Zachary Green,
Thank
from our
you.
office.
And
No, no,
spell your
good
last name,
question.
Mr.
Hold on.
GR.
Thought this is after lunch, but hold
Thank you
on.
very much, Mr. Green.
Last in this group, sir, for the date July.
Again, the travel time, the time that he was working down
and specifically discoverable statements by law enforcement contained played in their entirety. There is no skipping.
I am so confused. What the hell is happening like right now? It is back in the morning. I'm what the hell? What is happening right now? Ugh. Hold on. Okay. So, this is so ridiculous. Tell me why we're on the seal still. All right. I don't understand why they still haven't come back from lunch. It was supposed to be 1:45, I thought. That's what I heard her say. And they're literally still not back. So, hold on. Did they really? Engagement party for them? That would be fun. Imagine being rich and being able to have that kind of engagement party. That'd be freaking amazing. This is crazy. Okay, so this is yeah. This is what we're looking at, okay? This is what we're looking at. Right? Oh man. I mean, it what are y'all doing? Y'all didn't have lunch long enough? I mean, I'm not quite understanding here. Well, all right, you know what? You know what? I got an idea. So here's the thing, folks. All right, hold on. There were two other things I wanted to go over today, and I kind of want to hit on them quickly. So Amy Bradley, right? Where is Amy Bradley? Here's the one thing I want to point out. There is a journalist by the name of, now this is what I don't understand. If a family of a victim in a case is telling you that you're wrong about something, right? As a journalist, don't you think you should be like, it's the family. Like, they know probably the most information anyone on planet Earth does. Yeah, so Taylor Swift and Travis got engaged. So woo, everybody, that's like the big thing right now online. But nonetheless, the ridiculousness that I saw this morning, okay, of this is really kind of sad to me, because the brother of Amy Bradley has basically asked this journalist. Now, the journalist has said that they're going to be, they want to help the Bradley family, yada, 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 yada. Now, here's the thing. If you want to help the Bradley family, right, and they ask you for the contact information of someone that you have that they think can help you, the fact that you won't give it to them shows that you're clearly not willing to help them. Now, this is what the brother did basically to catch this. Okay, the guy's name is James Renner. Now, I don't know much about the guy who's a journalist. He had some sort of TikTok live last night. And Amy Bradley's brother has said, as you may have seen yesterday, I asked James Renner for Oscar Alexander's contact information when we already had it. I did this to prove to the world how unwilling this quote journalist is to actually be helpful to my family. As you saw, he has no interest in being helpful, and now he wants to call me down for lying to the world when he does it every day. He says it's weird and heartbreaking. Now, when you're claiming that you want to help the family and then the family asks you for contact information you have and you refuse to give it, that's weird shit, bro. Okay, that's weird. You're a journalist who wrote a book on their family member nonetheless, and you claim you want to help them, but you won't give contact information. The point is the family already had that contact information, but it was to prove a point, which is if you're really here to help us, why would you refuse to give that contact information to help? Make it make sense, right? Amy Bradley's brother has called out this journalist, James Renner, who is selling a book, promoting this book he wrote on the case. And Brad, Amy's brother, has called out this quote journalist for doing this stuff. Oscar Alexander was Yellow's roommate. If you guys are familiar with the case, you know that Yellow was a suspect in Amy's disappearance. She disappeared off a cruise ship in 1998, which I don't know how the hell you disappear off a cruise ship, but it's a case that a lot of people are sort of looking into. I've been looking into it for a while now. And it's a really sad story, but the Bradleys have the most information out of anyone, right? So really strange that you would be simping for, who do you think this journalist is simping for? The suspect, the one and only suspect that they had on this, okay, and promoting this book. If the family is telling you that you are spreading misinformation about the case, why are you still doing it? Like, what the hell? She's a woman who went missing in 1998 off of a cruise ship. And it's a there's a Netflix documentary, I believe, on it. It's an interesting case, but heartbreaking. The Bradley family still wants to find their loved one. And it's like people forget that these aren't just stories. They're people's real lives. They live this every single day. I know because my friend is still missing and I miss him every day. Right? He will forever be in my mind. Every day when I wake up, I check Google to see if there's been anything at all. The FBI has offered a $10,000 reward now for months. And still, no remains, no nothing. And I can only hope to talk about it and hope that they find Miguel. Those who loved him called him Mickey, like I did. And I know what it's like to miss someone who's missing still after that many years. Miguel's been missing almost 20 years. And in September. And so I don't understand how people can take advantage in that way where it's like, don't listen to the family, you know? The misinformation is just not okay. You know, I don't get it. If the family is telling you like, hey, that's not true, why are you still repeating it? I'm not understanding. It's not your loved one, right? And if they're telling you that it's not information that is true and accurate, I'm not understanding why you're still at it, you know? And I think what Bradley just did was show the world that this guy's not there to help the family. If he was there to help the family, he would offer them, you know, actual assistance. Here's my platform, no matter how big or small, you know, who can I help you contact? What can I do to help? Do you want me to talk about it? Do you want to answer questions on it? Can I contact someone to help you? Like, no, you had contact information they already have, right? But they made a point to say, well, if you want to help us, then give us that contact information. And of course, he wouldn't. And so he was like, I already have it, but it's proving a point. Of course you're not going to, because you're not here to help anyone, right? And I find that this is like a trend now, you know, and Brad Bradley put out a tweet yesterday that says, in a sea of disinformation, this stands out as the most accurate representation of the timeline of events that I've ever seen. And it's linked to someone's TikTok that made an actual timeline of from the time that they went into the club that night in the ship to the time that, you know, she went missing to after that. And it's a really in-depth timeline that I'm going to link on my X account, and I'll put it in Discord too later. But Brad Bradley called for people to boycott James Renner's live on TikTok last night.
Thank you very much.
He
Mr.
said, if
Crowley.
nobody watches, nobody
Mr.
gets
Moynihan,
lied
you may
to. Pass
proceed.
it on,
Thank you.
repost, and share. And he's right.
Good afternoon, DLT Dwyer.
People
Sir, how
watching
long
it
have
are
you been with the
spreading,
state
are
police?
helping sort of
Almost 21
platform that
years.
kind of misinformation all the time. And it's
currently you're
really sad to say,
Internal affairs, otherwise.
offer the
known
family
as
your platform.
OPIA,
I have.
correct?
Offer them whatever you can do to help.
Can you explain?
If you really
what
wanna
your
help.
function is in OPIA?
I'm an IA investigator.
Okay, what does that mean?
For internal affairs investigations, any potential violations of policy, rules, and regulations.
So you investigate other members of the department for potential violations?
Yes,
And you've been there for 4 years in that department?
yes,
Okay. How many investigations would you say you've done in 4 years?
a couple dozen maybe,
25, 30?
maybe that many.
Okay. And this investigation was assigned to you on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was assigned to you by Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors?
Lieutenant Colonel Connors had requested the invest.
Mhm.
I was assigned by Colonel Shoemaker.
Okay. And could you turn to, we have our exhibits in front of you now, appellant's exhibits. Could you turn to exhibit 1, please? I'm sorry, you're looking at I'm sorry, I'm responding to exhibit 1, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so respondent's exhibit 1 was dated March 4th of 24, correct?
Yes,
And it's from Lieutenant Colonel Brian P. Connors, correct?
correct,
And he was the commanding officer of the Division of Investigative Services, correct?
correct.
Right. And that memo was sent to Lieutenant Colonel Dan Richard.
Yes.
And what was his role?
So
at
I
the time?
misspoke. Colonel Richard is one that assigned me the investigation.
Okay. But it was instituted by Lieutenant Connors, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm sorry, we're going to switch gears here because I'm going to be talking to you about exhibits from both parties, but could we go to appellant's exhibit number 57?
Did you say 57?
57.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
What is that in front of you, sir?
It's the Rules and Regulations, Article 4.
Of the Department of State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are many rules and regulations of the Department of State Police, correct?
Yes, there are.
And there are many policies and procedures of the State Police, correct?
Yes, there are.
And you have in front of you Article 4,
I do.
and it's dated, and these change from time to time, correct?
They do.
And the date of this is September 27 of 23.
Yes, it is.
And Article 4.0 is entitled what?
Title and rank, payroll, promotions.
And so in effect, this rule and regulation, Article 4, sets out the ranks of every member of the state police, correct?
It does.
Beginning with the top order of rank, correct?
It does.
And 4.1 reads, the order of titles and ranks in the Massachusetts State Police shall be as follows, : first bullet is Colonel/Superintendent, correct?
Correct.
As of February of 24, who was the Colonel/Superintendent?
February 24, Colonel Jack Maughan.
Okay. And the next bullet down, and I assume this is second in command, is Lieutenant Colonel/Deputy Superintendent, correct?
Correct.
And who was that as of February of 24?
Lieutenant Colonel John Pinkham.
Okay. And then the next item down is third bullet down is Lieutenant Colonel, correct?
Correct.
And is there more than one Lieutenant Colonel in the state police?
There are.
How many are there?
I believe there are 5.
And so the order of rank, we have one colonel, correct? We have, I think you have to answer for the record.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
One colonel,
Correct.
one deputy, correct? Second in command.
Correct.
And then we have, did you say 5 lieutenant
Believe there are
colonels?
5, yes.
All right. And the lieutenant colonel of, strike that, Lieutenant Colonel Connors was the commander of what division?
Division of Investigative Services.
Okay, so is it that each division has a lieutenant colonel in charge?
Yes.
Okay. And then below that, we have major, correct?
Yes.
And then on down the line, detective captain, captain, detective lieutenant, on down, correct?
Yes.
And you're a detective lieutenant, correct?
I am, sir.
All right. And so this Article 4 sets out the rank of all the senior officers of the department.
For all the ranks, yes.
Okay. Now, Lieutenant Connors was in the Division of Investigative Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, and again, this is going to be a little cumbersome with the two books in front of you, but could you turn to Appellant's Exhibit 1? And could I ask, Madam Commissioner, if we could display Exhibit 1?
We're gonna play the,
Appellant's Exhibit 1, yes.
split one, the video.
Exhibit, no, it's not a video, it's just an exhibit.
I'm sorry, say this again?
It's just Exhibit 1. I thought you had them all,
Can you approach?
yes.
Both of you?
And we can do it if we can.
On the record? I can't hear you. We're off. We're off.
This is getting really ridiculous. This is getting a little redonkulous with this, okay? Wow. Wow. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Like, why do they keep doing this? Ugh. Okay. Well. Hold on 1 second. That's not how they understand.
And the next bullet down, and I assume this
What
is
are they
second in
arguing about?
command,
Like, I don't
is
understand.
Lieutenant Colonel / Deputy Superintendent.
Cool,
correct?
yeah, we don't care
And
who the
was that
colonel,
as of
who the
February
this, and who the
24th?
that is.
Lieutenant Colonel John Pinkham.
And then the next item down is third bullet down is Lieutenant Colonel, correct?
Correct.
And is there more than one Lieutenant Colonel in the state police?
There are.
How many are there?
I believe there are 5.
And so the order of rank, we have one colonel, correct? We have, I think you have to answer for the record.
Yes, yes.
One colonel,
Correct.
one deputy, correct?
Correct.
Second
And then
in
they just
command.
cut?
And then we
I don't
have,
get it.
did you say 5
I
lieutenant
believe there are
colonels?
5, yes.
All right. And the lieutenant colonel of, strike that, Lieutenant Colonel Connors was the commander of what division?
Division of Investigative Services.
Okay, so is it that each division has a lieutenant colonel in charge?
Yes.
Okay. And then below that, we have major, correct?
Yes.
And then on down the line, detective captain, captain, detective lieutenant, on down, correct?
Yes.
And you're a detective lieutenant, correct?
I am, sir.
All right. And so this Article 4 sets out the rank of all the senior officers of the department.
For all the ranks, yes.
Now, Lieutenant Connors. was in
Internal
the
investigators
Division
should
of
always be
Investigative
people
Services,
who are not
correct?
cops. I'm sorry. If you have cops
Yeah, so,
investigating
again,
cops,
this is
that
going
just
to be a little
that never
cumbersome
made
with
any
the
sense to me at
books
all.
in front of you, but could you
Like,
turn to,
ever. Everything is,
to
yeah, everything's a
Appellant's
political game
Exhibit
or a
1. And could I ask
favoritism
Madam
game
Commissioner
or
if
who's
we
more
could
popular or
display
well
Exhibit
liked.
1?
That's a fucking problem.
We're gonna play the,
Appellant's Exhibit 1, yes.
split one, the video.
Exhibit, no, it's not a video, it's just an exhibit.
I'm sorry, say this again?
It's just Exhibit 1. I thought you had them all,
Can you approach?
yes.
Both of you?
So that's why
We can do
they skidded out for
What
the
is the
can we
Norfolk
approach? Are you
FPD?
fucking kidding me? How ridiculous. Can we approach? Yeah, you can without shutting the video off. I mean what the I can't. You know, and it's funny because they use it like it's a courtroom, you know, the way they conduct it is like it's a courtroom. A kangaroo courtroom, yeah, but it's not a regular courtroom. They try to conduct it like it is, but it's not.
So we don't
Here we go. Back again.
Back on the record, the time is now 2:53 p.m. Mr. Montana.
That lady tells everybody else to talk into the
So,
microphone. I can't hear a
apparently
fucking word she
plead
says.
guilty, but could you go to exhibit 1, please? It's council exhibit 1.
I'm there.
And so this is.
Yeah, I guess that was a salad bar.
The Massachusetts State Police Division of Investigative Services.
All right, and is this a chart of all divisions of the state police?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay, and on the second page after the emblem, the first page is entitled Massachusetts State Police Division of Investigative Services, correct?
Correct.
And the first name at the top of that chart is who?
Lieutenant Colonel Brian P. Connors.
Okay. And then below him, there are 4 names. They're not Major Leonard Coppenrath, Detective Captain Gerald Collins, Major Michael Farley, and Detective Captain Eric Benson, correct?
Correct.
And what are their roles within the Division of Investigative Services?
So each major and detective duo, if you will, they each oversee a certain set of units.
Okay. And on the left side of the chart, there are numerous units and divisions listed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on the left side of the chart, the Norfolk SBDU is one of the units or divisions listed, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the Norfolk SBDU?
The Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
Norfolk County DA's Office Detective Unit, all right. And so just following along on the chart then, if you look back up, Detective Captain Gerald Collins would be the detective captain for the Norfolk SBDU?
Yes, sir.
And Major Leonard Coppenrath would be the major in charge of the Norfolk County SBDU, correct?
Correct.
And then above them, they would answer to Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Now, have you, prior to investigating Michael Proctor, did you ever investigate anyone for comments, personal comments on their personal cell phone?
I have not.
And could we go to your report, Exhibit 18? That would be Respondents, Exhibit 18.
Okay, sir.
We'll be there. All right. What's the date of your report, sir?
July 29th, 2024.
And so in the first paragraph, you indicate that the investigation was initiated by Lieutenant Connors, correct?
Correct.
And it was based on information received from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office regarding Trooper Michael D. Proctor's participation in an ongoing criminal investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that investigation was Comwell versus Reed, correct?
Yes.
That is not to suggest that there was a criminal investigation into Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Right. It was the investigation of the Karen Reed case, correct? Right. And you go on to say that in paragraph 2, the Norfolk County DA had advised the department that they had been notified by the U.S. Attorney's Office that there was a federal investigation that involved Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Again, not of Trooper Proctor, just he was involved in.
Correct.
And as part of that investigation, the contents of Trooper Proctor's personal cell phone were obtained, correct?
Yes.
And so on March 4th, you were assigned this investigation, correct?
I was.
And are you now aware that the basis of this federal investigation was a claim by the defense of a conspiracy and planting evidence?
I am now, but I was not at the time.
At the time, right. And you're aware also, sir, are you not, that the federal investigation was terminated in February of 2024?
So I heard that it was ended, but I don't know the facts about that.
You're now aware of that?
Yes.
And Michael Proctor never received a target letter for that investigation, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And Michael Proctor was never charged with any crime as a result of that, was he?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And he's never been charged with any crime under any circumstances, has he?
No.
And no one in the state police received a target letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And are you now aware that the reason that this entire case came to light was because Michael Proctor was subpoenaed to testify at the grand jury on February 1st, 24?
Again, at the time, I was not aware, but I am now.
You are now,
yes.
that's right. And he was subpoenaed as a witness, correct?
I don't know what his role was at the time.
Are you aware now that he was
Now I am,
subpoenaed
yes.
only as a witness?
Yes, sir.
Not as a subject, not as a target, correct?
Correct.
And are you now aware, and you became aware at some point in the past, I presume, that Michael Proctor learned for the first time on February 1st that the U.S. attorney had somehow surreptitiously obtained his text messages from his personal cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And then he learned for the first time that they had those text messages on his personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And are you now aware that do you have any idea of the basis for them obtaining those messages?
I wouldn't speculate on that, sir.
Now, March 4th was the day you were assigned the case, correct?
Correct.
And on March 4th, there was a meeting at General Headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you attended that meeting, did you not?
I did.
And who else was at that meeting?
It was myself, Colonel Mon, Lieutenant Colonel Pinkham, Lieutenant Colonel Richard, Lieutenant Colonel Connors, Attorney Staples, Detective Lieutenant Goslin, and I believe that was it.
So you had, I just want to go through that again. Colonel Mon was at the meeting, correct, on March 4th?
Yes,
And this was held at the headquarters in Framingham?
it was.
And was it up in the legal department, or where was it held?
It was in Colonel Mon's office.
Colonel Mon's office. Okay, so Colonel Mon was present.
Yes,
Jennifer Staples was present.
yes,
She chief legal counsel.
she is.
Siobhan Kelly was present.
I can't recall. I think she may have come later on. I can't recall.
She's
for
deputy
sure.
counsel.
She is, yes.
And Detective Lieutenant Goslin was present.
Yes.
What is his role? What was his role at the time?
So at the time, myself and Detective
Well, you can still
Goslin,
lose your
I was
job
on
without
this
committing a
meeting, we
crime,
were
but
working
I get
the
your
case.
sentiment, Jimbo.
And was Colonel Daniel Richard there?
Yes,
And Lieutenant Colonel Connors was there, correct?
yes.
And Captain Benson was there, correct?
He may have been there, yes.
And so you had one colonel present.
Yes,
You had two lieutenant colonels present, correct?
three,
Lieutenant Colonel Richard and Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
in Colonel Pinkham.
So you had a colonel, a deputy, two lieutenant colonels, correct?
Yes,
And you had one captain, Benson.
yes,
You had two detective lieutenants, yourself and DLT Goslin,
correct,
and two attorneys,
correct.
all present at a meeting with the Norfolk County representatives of the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
I don't think there were any reps from the DA's office there.
Okay, not at that time.
No.
All right. And so the topic of discussion was what?
The fact that the DA's office had disclosed to the department the existence of these text messages.
So, I'm sorry, say that again?
That the DA's office had disclosed to the department of the existence of these text messages.
Okay. And was it necessary for you to sign a non-disclosure agreement on March 4th?
It was.
And so in your report, you say only that derogatory and defamatory messages were discussed, correct?
Correct.
And you say that only an oral summary of the text messages was discussed, correct?
Correct. I don't believe that the content of the text messages was discussed, but as far as I know, only the fact that these text messages had been found, but not the actual content of them.
So this meeting took place after the DA's office had disclosed the text messages to the department, correct?
Correct.
And that had happened in late February, in early February?
I'm not sure when the DA's office told the department.
So who was the speaker in the room on February 8th? I'm sorry, on March 4th.
There wasn't one speaker, sir.
Okay, but who was the one holding the meeting?
Well, Colonel Mon was a ranking member, so it was his meeting, but there was not one speaker in the meeting.
Okay, and everyone in the meeting had to sign non-disclosure agreements, correct?
Correct.
And so all those people in the room, and you're telling us that no one asked about the specifics of the text messages?
I don't know what conversations they had prior to got there, or what questions that they had for the DA's office.
And so the purpose of signing a non-disclosure agreement would be so that people couldn't disclose the content of those text messages, right?
The purpose of the NDA was so we cannot disclose the fact that we knew that these text messages had existed.
So your testimony is that an NDA, as we're calling it, was required just so you couldn't tell others that there were derogatory and defamatory messages.
Correct.
That's as far as you know.
Correct.
It's fair to say that others in the room may have known a lot more than you,
I wouldn't know that, sir.
but it's a possibility.
It's a possibility, sure.
But in any event, non-disclosure agreements were signed that day,
They were.
or previous to that day.
No,
By others.
I would assume. I know that I signed the NDA that day.
As far as you're concerned, you signed the NDA only because you knew there were derogatory and defamatory messages.
Correct.
And do you know if that NDA, as we're calling it, was ever produced to Michael Proctor or myself?
I do not know.
But you signed one.
I did.
And everyone at the meeting signed one, to the best of your knowledge.
As far as I know, yes.
Now, could you look at our Exhibit 4? I'm sorry, hold on one second, I'll be with you, yeah, Exhibit 4.
For the appellant's Exhibit 4?
Yes, about appellants, yes. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm here, sir.
Okay. So that Exhibit 4 is an email, correct?
It is.
And it's from Siobhan Kelly, correct?
The top line from the from to looks like it's from Jennifer
I'm
Staples.
sorry, we'll go to the top, yes. The top two from, I'm sorry, the top email is from Jennifer Staples, correct?
Yes,
And she's Chief Legal Counsel for the department.
she is.
And this email is sent to Brian Connors.
Correct.
And we've already established Brian Connors was the Lieutenant Colonel, right, third in command.
Yes, sir.
And it's dated March 6th at 1:14 p.m., correct?
It is.
And it says a big capital FYI, correct?
It does.
That's the only content of the email, correct?
Yes, sir.
And below that, there's a second email, right?
There is.
And it appears as though that email below was forwarded to Lieutenant Colonel Connors on March 6th.
Yes, sir.
And who was that email from on the bottom?
Siobhan Kelly.
And who is Siobhan Kelly?
She's the deputy counsel
For the department.
for the department.
And the date of that email is when?
March 4th, 2024.
Right, at 3:41 p.m.
Yes.
And who is Attorney Kelly sending this email to?
To Colonel Mon and Colonel Pinkham, and she CC'd Attorney Staples.
Okay. And what's the subject?
The subject is proposed statement.
Okay. Do you know what that means?
I can surmise what it means, yes.
What do you surmise it means?
That they were drafting a statement for release, I would imagine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir, you're drafting a statement.
They would, for release.
Okay.
But I don't know that to be true.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So, and it reads Colonel and Deputy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jen and I drafted the below statement on the Reed matter. Please let me know your thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And then the statement reads, on March 1st, 2024, the Department of State Police was provided by the Norfolk County DA's District Attorney's Office a substantive summary of the United States Attorney's Office's disclosures in the matter of Commonwealth versus Reed. Did I read that correctly?
You did, sir.
And that's March 1st, correct?
Correct.
To date, the department has not been provided with any information from the United States Attorney's Office regarding the findings of their investigation. Did I read that correct?
You did.
So she is telling the colonel and the deputy, Colonel Mon, Deputy Pinkham, that the DA's office provided a substantive summary of the disclosures from the United States Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And based on that, as it reads on the bottom, the department initiated an internal affairs investigation into Trooper Michael Proctor, a member of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Yes.
And then it says, in consultation with the Norfolk County DA's office, Trooper Proctor was transferred out of the detective's unit pending the outcome of this internal investigation. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Do you know if that ever happened?
I don't believe it did.
Now, are you now aware that the department actually learned of the text messages before March 1st of 24?
Soon as that happens.
I'll have a question. You may answer.
So again, sir, I am not sure when the department became aware, other than what that email said.
Okay. Could you turn to Appellant's Exhibit 5, please?
I'm there, sir.
All right, and I think because it's an email chain, we'll go to the last page first. And actually, the last page is from someone, if you could, let's go to the last page.
The base number of that.
I'm sorry, it's APP 0052. Yeah, proceed, Madam. Are you ready?
I am.
Guilty. So the email, the email at the top is dated January 19th of 24, correct?
Yes.
And it's from Siobhan Kelly, Deputy Legal Counsel again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's to somebody named Gretchen Lundgren and also to Jennifer Staples, correct?
Yes, sir.
And copied on it is an attorney, Michael DiStefano, correct?
Yes.
And this is, it reads, "Hi Gretchen and Mike, do Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan have a date yet for the grand jury? Thank you." Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so it's fair to say that the department was aware that there was a federal investigation and that Buchanan and Mike Proctor were subpoenaed to be witnesses there, correct?
It would appear that way, yes.
And now jumping ahead to the previous page, APP 0051, you could look at the bottom email from Jennifer Staples. You see that?
I do, yes.
And so that's from Jennifer Staples dated Friday, February 2nd, 2024 at 12:25 p.m., Friday afternoon, correct?
Correct.
To Gretchen Lundgren, copied to Michael DiStefano. "Hi Gretchen, happy Friday. Are you and Mike available today or Monday for a quick call regarding Trooper Proctor? Let me know. Thanks." Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And then moving above, there is an email from Gretchen Lundgren back to Jennifer Staples confirming that they could meet on that Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then going forward to APP 0050, there is an email from Michael DiStefano. Do you see that?
I do.
On Friday, February 2nd at 4:17:35 p.m. You see that?
Yes.
To Jen Staples. "Hi Jen, thanks for the call today. Do you have some availability to speak with me on Monday, February 5th? Thanks, Mike." And then if you go to the top, there's an email from Jen Staples to Mike DiStefano. "Absolutely, I just have a 2 o'clock. What works for you?" Do you see that?
I do.
And going to the previous page, APP 0049, from DiStefano to Staples again, February 2nd at 4:20 p.m. regarding call. And then we have to turn back to APP 0050. "How about 11 a.m.? Thanks and have a great weekend."
Yes,
See
sir.
that? And then moving above that, there's an email from Jennifer Staples to Michael DiStefano on February 5th at 2:21 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
"Hi, Mike, I have briefed the colonel and deputy about our call. Do you have time later this afternoon or tomorrow morning for another quick call? Let me know. Thanks, Jennifer Staples," correct?
Correct.
Are you now aware that Michael Proctor and his attorney self-reported the discovery of these text messages on his personal phone to Attorney Staples on February 2nd of 2024?
I'm aware as we sit here today, yes, but not at the time.
Attorney Moynihan, in looking at the exhibits, on page, base number, no, on page 50, you look at the bottom, Gretchen Lundgren's email is redacted. What was her role in this meeting?
I'm sorry, Gretchen Lundgren?
Yes, what was her role?
She was Sergeant Pennick's attorney.
All right, thank you. Just want to get that on record. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, DLT, are you aware of the fact that there was a meeting held on February 8th at the department, at headquarters?
Only as of today, yes.
You know?
Yes.
And present at that meeting were Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Attorney DiStefano, Siobhan Kelly.
Yes,
Sorry, I didn't get an answer to that question.
so I'm,
Pending question was Attorney DiStefano, and I have an answer on.
So, who was at that meeting?
so I am not aware of who was at that meeting.
Are you aware now, did you learn it sometime in the past, that Trooper Proctor reported to DLT Tully the content of these text messages?
Yes.
And he did that on February 1st and on February 2nd, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but I do know that he did.
And are you now aware that, and who is DLT Tully, by the way, in the scheme of this?
DLT Tully was the unit command of SPD Norfolk.
He was Mike Proctor's boss?
Correct.
One of his bosses, correct? And so, in terms of bosses for Mike Proctor, at the time we had DLT Tully, correct?
Yes.
And what was John Fanning's title?
He was the lieutenant.
Okay. And who was above John Fanning?
DLT Tully.
Okay, and then who was above Tully?
I believe that would have been Detective Captain Collins.
Okay. And those were all superior officers to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, sir.
That he would have to answer to.
Yes, sir.
And they would have all been part of the Karen Reed investigation, correct?
I would assume they were, yes.
And are you aware now that DLT Tully, after Michael Proctor reported these text messages to Tully as early as February 1st, that Tully then reported these text messages to Major Leonard Carpenter?
I'm aware.
What's the objection? Yes, please.
OMG, bro. OM freaking G. I feel like it's one of those times where like it's I mean, I feel like Peggy says it all. We feel the same, Peg. We feel the same. It's redonkulous. It's ridiculous. I mean, come on. This whole like, oh, let's wait. Let's hurry up and wait, you know? I mean, this is crazy to me. Spending all of this time on personal text messages blows my ever-loving mind. I just don't really understand it, but I mean, hey. Whatever. I mean, as this has been going on, I'm listening to this, been trying to edit some clips over here. I'm kind of trying to do 17 things at once. Per usual, I guess. But I guess this is a good time to insert the cyberbullying mom that I wanted to talk about. So if you guys haven't heard, the cyberbullying mom is from Michigan. Okay. And she was charged with literally cyberbullying her own kid for a year her child, her daughter, and her daughter's boyfriend. She was the high school basketball coach in Michigan. Okay. To me, this story is so friggin' insane that I don't understand what in the actual is wrong with this lady. All right. So it's just absolute insanity. So it started October 2021. Okay. The 14-year-old, the kid's 14, was 14, began to receive like really awful, hurtful, threatening text messages through Instagram and Snapchat. All right. Her boyfriend was also targeted and was getting these. All right. The messages kept coming for a year, guys. A freaking year. Yeah. And definitely not normal by any stretch of the goddamn imagination. They couldn't figure out who was sending the messages. The mother was actually using a damn VPN all this time, a VPN, to bounce her IP off of other places so that people couldn't figure out who it was. At one point, she went up to the school to the mother who's doing this goes up to the school to demand answers, to do an investigation. They call the local PD in. The local PD can't figure it out because she's using a VPN, and the local PD exhausts their efforts and they call in the FBI. That's when the FBI figures out it's good old mom doing this to the kid the entire time, making her child want to unalive herself. Okay? You can't make this shit up, bro. All right? There's no motive.
So
Nobody has any idea
you
why
did
she
tell
did
us
it.
that you're aware that Michael spoke to the topic, correct?
Correct.
And Lenny Copenrath was the major
Cyber Munchausen syndrome is what it's been described as.
Boss.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat that question.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to repeat the question to the recording.
You're aware that Major Copenrath is Tully's boss.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they do that. Make numerous sock accounts to talk to themselves. It's insane. But that's the kind of like world we're living in now. Cuckoo bananas world. Insane to me.
And this meeting on February 8th, you were not present at that, correct?
I was not.
So you don't know who was there.
I don't.
Did you ever speak to Major Copenrath between February 8th and March 4th about this matter?
I did not.
And just to go up the chain again, Major Copenrath's boss would be.
By the way, the lady's name was Kendra Licari. Licari, Licari. That was the cyber stalking, cyberbullying mom.
That Colonel Mon was briefed by the DA's
I think there's going to be a Netflix documentary coming out about it, but ladies,
I don't know when he was about, but I'm aware that he was briefed, yes.
She only got a 19-month sentence, by the way, in case you're wondering for all that, which is, I'm sorry, is not enough.
And so March 4th of 24 comes, correct? And there's a meeting with all the people we discussed.
Yes, sir.
And the investigation begins on March 4th of Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And could you go to Respondents Exhibit 25? That would be the Department's Exhibit 25.
Yes, sir.
And so we've seen already that a notice of the investigation was delivered to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
So as of March 4th, he's on investigation.
Correct.
And you're familiar with Respondents Exhibit 25, which is Article 6 of the Rules and Regulations of the Department?
Yes, sir.
And for the Commission, it's R0658. And what is Article 6?
So it's the regulations that establish the disciplinary procedures and temporary relief from duty.
And so it covers temporary relief from duty, correct?
Yes.
It covers duty status hearings, correct?
Yes.
And then it covers other disciplinary matters such as charges and disposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
And letters of counseling, correct?
Yes.
And also hearings on charges, the department prosecutor, and trial boards, correct?
Yes.
So there's a lot in here, is there not?
There is.
6.8, deputy superintendent's action. 6.9, judgments and discipline, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on page RO665, this is promulgated by John Moore, Colonel Superintendent, correct, in September 27, 23, was revised.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say another version pretty similar to this existed before September 23?
I would assume so, yes.
And so if you could look at Article 6, it empowers the colonel in 6.1 to relieve a trooper from duty, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Michael Proctor was not relieved of duty on March 4th of 24, was he?
He was not.
So that was the colonel's decision.
Yes, sir.
And could you look at 6.2 on R0659?
There.
Let me know when you're there. Okay.
There.
So 6.2 reads duty status hearing, correct?
It does.
And it tells us 6.2.1, a division commander, with the approval of the colonel superintendent, may convene a duty status hearing relative to the member's duty status if, item 1, the member is the subject of a criminal investigation, is arrested or indicted, or if a criminal complaint or warrant is issued against the member, or 2, the member is the subject of an internal investigation. And I'll stop there.
That is correct.
And so a duty status hearing can be convened to change a trooper's status upon the opening of an internal investigation, correct?
Correct.
And the colonel has that discretion.
He does.
And so on March 4th, Mike Proctor was notified of this internal investigation about these text messages, correct?
Correct.
He was not relieved of duty.
He was not.
And he was not the subject of a duty status hearing.
He was not.
And he was not suspended without pay.
Correct.
Instead, he remained on full duty, correct?
He did.
Contrary to that email that we saw earlier, he was not transferred out of the DA's office, correct?
He was not.
And so what was Michael Proctor's title as of February through July 1st of 24?
Trooper.
Detective?
Yes, he was assigned to the SPDU, yes.
Okay. And so
It is, because it's all ridiculous.
it's fair to say, is it not, sir, that he remained on full duty, being investigating homicides from February 1st until July 1st?
I don't know what his role was there, but he stayed with the unit.
Okay. And could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6, you said?
Appellant 6, it's APP 00.
Okay, sir.
And do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And is this an email?
It is.
And it's from a David Procopio. Who's David Procopio?
He worked in the media section.
Media relations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is an email from him to Elaine Driscoll. Who is Elaine Driscoll?
I don't know, sir.
And also to, it says EPS. Do you know what EPS is?
I don't.
And it's also to Siobhan Kelly, who's Deputy Legal Counsel, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated March 13th, 2024 at 5:13 p.m.
It is.
And the subject of it is statement for review, correct?
It is, yes.
And it says, good afternoon, does this sound okay? The MSP has opened an internal investigation into an alleged violation of department policy by Trooper Michael Proctor. Trooper Proctor remains on full duty. Dave Procopio, Director of Media Communications, Mass State Police. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So Michael Proctor remained on full duty as a detective in the homicide division. The colonel could have suspended him without pay or relieved him of duty, correct?
He could have, yes.
But the state police found it necessary to notify the media that an investigation had been opened.
That's how it appears, yes, sir.
Does that happen very often, that the department notifies the media about an internal investigation?
I wouldn't be, I wouldn't be able to speak to that, sir.
Well, you've investigated 25, 30 cases, right? How many of those have been, when the investigation has started, how many of those 25 or 30 have been displayed to the media upon the opening of the investigation?
I wouldn't be able to put a number on it, sir, but it has happened.
Other than this case?
Yes, sir.
Once?
Again, I wouldn't be able to put a number on it. It's not something that I'm involved in, and I don't pay attention to that.
All right, and so DLT, could we go to Respondents Exhibit 18, which is your report again?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, you didn't miss much, Francesca, other than all the same crap we already know. Yeah, exactly. Not enough Indians, too many chiefs, too many friggin' people trying to be the big dog. Not enough people just doing their goddamn job and minding their own P's and Q's.
And so
Everybody wants to be the popular one.
This is Respondents Exhibit 18, looking at page 2, which is APPRO.
Bye, Holly.
I think it's 491.
Yeah, they care about optics more than they actually care about anything else, which is
So
sad.
paragraph 4, which you discussed on direct exam, you have that in front of you?
I do.
And this concerned your words, in addition to the information provided concerning text messages sent by Trooper Proctor, there were concerns raised as a result of the federal investigation that Trooper Proctor had a personal relationship with witnesses involved in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
An inquiry was conducted by the department to determine if any substantial relationship existed between Trooper Proctor and witnesses related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So this investigation was separate from yours.
Yes, it was.
Why did the department choose to have separate investigations? Do you know?
I couldn't speak to that, sir.
And so you learned of and who conducted this investigation?
So it was an inquiry, I believe, and it was at the time Captain Benson and Captain Barrios.
And those, Captain Benson was in the chain of command for Division of Investigative Services, correct?
He was, yes.
And was Captain Barrios also?
I believe so.
No.
Not sure, Michael. But I
And are
believe
you
so.
aware that Michael Proctor voluntarily went in for an interview with those two gentlemen?
I'm aware that he was interviewed, yes.
Yeah, it's a huge friggin' problem.
And he wasn't ordered to go in?
I don't know how it came to be.
Okay, fair enough. Well, in any event, you are aware of the outcome of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you tell us that the inquiry showed that while Trooper Proctor had a relationship with some of the witnesses, those relationships were not substantial in nature, correct?
Correct.
And you go on to tell us that the inquiry found that the relationships were consistent with how Trooper Proctor represented them in the federal investigation. And it was also consistent with how Trooper Proctor portrayed them in his testimony in the criminal trial against Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And there was a separate case number assigned, correct?
Yes.
And this separate investigation was requested by the Norfolk County DA's office, was it not?
I don't believe that to be true, sir.
And have you ever seen a completed report on that?
I have not.
Josh Levy is a coward, in my opinion, times 100.
And are you aware
He
that
created
that
this mess.
investigation was conducted in March of 24?
For nothing.
Yes. I believe that
Ruin
to be
people's
true.
lives for nothing.
So the nature and the scope of that invest by Benson and Barrios was related to the allegation of inappropriate personal relationships.
Correct.
And related to any bias he may have.
Correct.
And there was no finding of inappropriate relationships or bias by those two gentlemen, was there?
No, there were not.
So despite this wild allegation of a grand conspiracy, they found there was none, correct? Well, there was a theory presented by the defense in the Reed case that there was a conspiracy, correct?
I don't think I can speak to that, sir. That was information I learned well after the investigation.
Oh, please. Oh, please.
But there was no finding of a conspiracy by Benson and Barrios, was there?
No, there was not.
So it's fair to say, is it not guilty that any relationship that he had that Michael Proctor had with
Nothing.
So no,
And,
the answer is no.
The trial for the Karen Reed #1 started April 29th of 24.
I believe that to be true, yes.
And so the Benson Barrios investigation was done 3-4 weeks before the beginning of that trial, correct?
Yes, sir. And
did you attend?
I did not. I did.
Saved the video testimony, correct? And what are the department exhibits here today, correct?
Yes.
So all of the text messages that we watched on video summarized in a neat fashion in Exhibit 8, correct?
Yes.
And those texts were presented initially by the DA, correct, in the trial?
Yes, sir.
And then they were highlighted, were they not, by Attorney Jackson?
They were.
In a very theatrical way?
Your word, sir.
Okay. And
Yeah, it was
Michael
theatrical.
Proctor admitted that the text.
I lie about that.
Correct?
He did.
Immature,
Yes.
juvenile,
Yes.
and offensive.
Yes.
Text on a personal cell phone.
Correct.
He didn't deny his text.
He did not.
Have you ever seen the full thread of text messages, the hundreds of thousands of text messages?
I have not.
Is it fair to say, DLT, that it was not Michael Proctor's intention for his personal thoughts on his personal phone to be published to the world?
Correct, yes.
And the text to his friends were sent late in the day on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that they were sent after a full day of investigation into the Reed case?
I would assume it was a full day. Again, I wasn't present for the invest.
Are you aware he was assigned at about 6 a.m.?
I don't know when he was assigned the case.
Okay. Fair to say there were numerous law enforcement officers involved in the investigation during that day?
I wasn't there, sir. I can assume that there were, though.
And you've told us in your investigation, in your report even, you said that every text should not be taken in a literal sense. Did you say that?
To a family member, yes.
And you're aware that this Karen Reed case, right from the outset, was extremely high profile, correct?
Yes, it was.
If you could go to Exhibit 10, Appellant's Exhibit 10, please.
There's 324 of you on X. We're over here on YouTube, people.
I'm there, sir.
And you're aware that Michael Proctor testified on June 10th and June 12th, as you told us earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware there was quite a bit of media pressure on this case, correct, and on the department?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that there was also political pressure.
I wouldn't be able to answer to that, sir.
Can we look
What?
at Exhibit 10?
You can't answer that? Come on.
And so, were you aware that on June 14th, Governor Healy made public comments and opinions about Michael Proctor and about his text messages?
Oh, hey,
I'll get this in the
girl.
article at the trial board.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the article. On page APP 0073, it discusses Trooper Proctor's testimony, does it not, on June 14th?
It does.
And Governor Healy said, it's terrible. I mean, anybody looks at that, it's completely unprofessional. So she's commenting publicly on a criminal trial at the time, correct?
She is.
And she's publicly commenting on Michael Proctor's text messages, correct?
Correct.
And could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 11, please, which is APP 0076.
I'm there, sir.
Now, again, it's an email chain, so we could go back, I believe, to, I'm sorry, the bottom, it works backwards on an email. The first email is from a Timothy McGurk. See that?
I do.
Who is Timothy McGurk?
He works in our media relations section.
Did he take the place of David Procopio?
I'm not sure how it worked out, but he's there now.
Okay. And the date of this email is Saturday, June 15th at 4:11 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So this would have been after Michael Proctor's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And this is an email from Mr. McGurk to Colonel Mon, Deputy Pinkham, correct?
Yes.
And copied on the email is Jen Staples, Brian Connors, Siobhan Kelly, Mark Wheeler. Who's Mark Wheeler?
At the time, Mark Wheeler was the chief of staff to Colonel Mon.
Okay. Doug Levine, copied. Who's Doug Levine?
Doug Levine works, I believe, in our legal section.
And then,
In the legal section.
and then also a Sean Quirk. Who's Sean Quirk?
Sean Quirk worked in the media relations section at the time. Media relations.
And so this is copied to all those people, correct?
Correct.
It's on a Saturday afternoon, and the subject is for review and approval, Boston Herald Inquiry, correct?
Yes.
And it reads, good afternoon, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, and team. Please, below, please find a proposed response to the Boston Herald on an inquiry media relations received late yesterday. If this group can provide feedback before 8 p.m. this evening, I'd like to send our proposal to EOPS for approval as soon as possible. Thanks for prioritizing this in advance. Tim, did I read that correctly?
You did.
What is EOPS?
EOPS is the.
He doesn't work for the
state
feds
agency
anymore
of
and the
state
federal
organization
government. They're
overseas.
protecting their own interests. You know?
And below that, there are a series of questions from a reporter from apparently the Boston Herald, correct?
Yes.
4 questions.
Yes, sir.
And the proposed response below that from Mr. McGurk is, Joe, thanks for your inquiry. Colonel Mon is aware of the proceedings and the reaction of many. Here is a statement which you can attribute to him. And it reads, while the Massachusetts State Police remains committed to respecting the integrity of the ongoing criminal trial and our own internal affairs investigation, I share the outrage and acknowledge the concerns surrounding the contemptible and disparaging text messages that emerged at the trial. Any form of police misconduct undermines the public trust we earn and depend on to effectively accomplish our mission. Despite the example of honest, hardworking women and men in our ranks, my leaders understand that more must be done to uphold the higher standards of professionalism. / Colonel John Mon, correct?
Correct.
And then below that, here is some background that may be helpful to you in your reporting to answer some of the questions, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's a proposed statement. And then at the top of APP 0076, there is an email back from John Mon, correct?
Yes.
John Mon is Colonel Mon, correct?
Yes.
And he sends that back to Timothy McGurk and Deputy Pinkham, correct?
He did.
And copied on that is Jennifer Staples, Brian Connors, Siobhan Kelly, Mark Wheeler, Doug Levine, and Sean Quirk, correct?
Correct.
The subject is for review and approval, Boston area inquiry. So Colonel Vaughn makes one change, correct?
So I don't know if that was meant as a change. I can see that he quoted a line in there.
He says, quote, "As leaders, we understand that more," correct?
Yes.
All right, so it appears from that it's been sent to Colonel Vaughn for his review and he's read it, correct?
Yes.
And so after Michael Proctor's testimony, it's fair to say that the governor had publicly commented, right?
She did.
Media outlets were calling the department about this, correct?
Yes.
And then on July 1st, there was a mistrial declared, correct?
Yes.
Mistrial in the trial of Karen Reed.
That's correct.
And could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 18, please, APP 0103.
I'm there, sir.
So this is an email as well, correct?
It is.
Dated July 2nd, 24,
Yes.
7 a.m. in the morning, right?
Correct.
From Timothy McGurk, he's in media relations, correct?
He is.
And it's to MSPDL Communications Working Group EPS. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
But Mr. McGurk says, "Very busy day for media relations. We really appreciate the collaboration with our colleagues in legal, whose guidance helped us secure lots of good coverage last night." TM, correct?
Yes.
And then Colonel Vaughn's statement on the mistrial in the Commonwealth versus Reed case, it appears to have been provided to about a dozen news outlets, correct? In the
It
email?
does. Yes.
And that's a press release that Colonel Vaughn made on July 1st, the previous day, correct?
Yes.
And so below that, there is a State House News Service email as well that's attached to this, correct?
There is.
And it says Campbell defends state police, mum on colonel pick by Chris Lazinski, correct?
Yes.
And it reads, "The state's top prosecutor does not want to weigh in on whether the next head of the Massachusetts State Police should come from outside the department, racked by a series of scandals."
Oh, yeah, you could tell.
Did I read that correct?
You did.
Attorney General Andrea Campbell criticized the conduct of Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in the Karen Reed murder case, who sent crude text messages about Reed's appearance and potential guilt. Did I read that correct?
You did.
AG Campbell goes on to say the conduct by that state trooper in that case is absolutely unacceptable. The commentary was vile. It was just horrific, to say the least. Campbell said in an interview on WCVB's On the Record that aired Sunday. State police have the obligation, of course, to continue to build trust, to maintain that trust. He clearly has broken that by his conduct before and during his prosecution. At the end of the day, there's a process within the state police to evaluate and to hold him accountable. And he should absolutely be held accountable. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So is it fair to say that the day after Michael Proctor is relieved of duty, the Attorney General of Massachusetts is publicly commenting on this?
It appears that way, sir.
Now, could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 14?
What was it?
Appellant's Exhibit 14.
14.
I'm sorry, 15 first.
I'm there, sir.
What is this Exhibit 15?
This is the letter, a to-from letter composed from Detective Captain Gerald Collins. The subject is Trooper Michael Proctor, relief of duty.
And it's, now July 1st was the date of the mistrial in the Reed case, correct?
Yes.
And this relief of duty, called a to-from, right? A memo,
It is,
internal
yes.
memo. And it's from Detective Captain Gerald P. Collins, correct?
Yes.
To Leonard Coppinarath, the major of the Division of Investigative Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also to Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors, who opened the investigation 3 months earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Dated July 1st, same day as the mistrial. And it says that on Monday, July 1st, at approximately 19:25 hours, that would be military, 7:25 p.m., correct?
Correct.
I, Detective Captain Gerald P. Collins, relieved Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and advised him that he was on administrative leave with pay pending a duty status hearing. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So is it fair to say, DLT, that within hours after the mistrial in the Reed case, Mike Proctor gets relieved of duty?
Yes, sir.
And we already went through the fact that this could have happened back in March, correct, under the
Correct.
articles?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you could turn back to Exhibit 14, Appellant's Exhibit 14, APP 0085. Tell me when you're ready. Okay,
I'm ready, sir.
very good. What is this, sir?
This is it looks like a press release titled Colonel Mont's Statement Following the Mistrial in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
And so this is from Colonel Mon, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is dated July 1st, correct?
I don't see a date on it. Unless
It
I'm
is
missing
disturbing. They
date.
shouldn't, it has not, like, this, it would be a very stiff
Well,
precedent.
you testified about this in the trial board, you recall?
I remember talking about this document. I don't remember the date that it was, though, sir.
All right, well,
Yeah,
let's
their
read
public
it, and
statements
we'll answer the
sucked. They
question
needed
from
to
it.
do better.
Yes, sir.
The first paragraph, first of all, it's from Colonel Mon, correct?
Correct.
Bingo,
It's a public
Francesco.
statement, a press release.
Yes, sir.
And the first paragraph is referring to the O'Keefe family. And
It's the same way they've responded to
tragedy that they have
other
undergone,
things that
correct?
have a PR
Yes.
nightmare for them,
And then in
using
the
one
second paragraph,
person or
it
multiple
says,
people to
upon
scapegoat.
learning today's result, does that suggest to you that it's July 1st?
It does.
Upon learning today's result, the department took immediate action to relieve Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and formally transfer him out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, State Police Detectives Unit. This follows our previous
Probably not. I wouldn't
decision
want to work for
open
them if I
an
was him.
internal affairs investigation after information about serious misconduct emerged in testimony at the trial. This investigation is ongoing. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so Colonel Mon is telling the media that he has relieved Michael Proctor of duty after learning of the mistrial, correct?
Correct.
So July 1st, 24 becomes a very important date for Michael Proctor, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carlin?
This is cross-exam.
Sir, I guess Mr. Carlin. Mr. Carlin?
Of what possible relevance is Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's speculation about whether or not that was an important day to Michael Proctor? Of what possible relevance to the existing proceedings could there be?
Rephrase your question, Mr. Lieutenant.
Michael Proctor was relieved of duty on July 1st, correct?
Correct.
The mistrial and the retrial was July 1st, correct?
Correct.
And so July 1st, when a trooper gets relieved of duty, becomes a very important date for him, does it not?
Objection. Again, Mr. Firehan, it's the same question.
May we approach?
You may
I actually just sent our love, well, at least mine, to Liz, his wife. So, you know, they know, but yeah, his attorney is good. Governor Healy should be busy trying to figure out why it is that she doesn't know what the hell she's doing for the people that live in this state. That's what she'd be figuring out doing. And I don't normally do, anything that has anything to do with politics, but I live in this state, and she should be worried about helping her own freaking people before she's worried about a court case she has nothing to fucking do with, realistically. I have a couple of friends that moved down south that are law enforcement in different capacities down south. They love it. So, I mean, to each his own, I guess. No, not you. It was me. I was apologizing for me saying something about Healy because I don't normally bring politics into it, but like she needs to worry more about her own fucking state and helping her own goddamn people with having that report that just came out saying that you need to make over 300 grand in this state to live comfortably. Most of us don't even make 100 grand, never mind 300 grand. Who the hell can afford a $600,000 shack with a $4,000 mortgage? I'm going to go with not 95% of people for 700, Alex. So I'm apologizing for myself bringing any politics. I don't do politics, but she needs to be more worried about that than she does this, you know? Oh, well. I mean, he's good when it comes to sort of asking the guy, like, well, what do you mean? You're saying they're saying in this letter that it was this day that they fired him, but you guys were saying otherwise, so make it make sense. But at least, I mean, he is doing a decent job, at least right now. But I would also beg to differ in your case. He wasn't great. Yeah. The Judd guy, my husband watches YouTube videos of him, and he's like, look at this guy who's wearing some criminal's like chain the other day, and he was like, this is my bling or floss or whatever the hell he called it, my drip that he took from someone. I don't know. It was the other day. So I think that's what you're talking about, right? Grady Judd, whatever the hell his name is.
To Appellant's Exhibit 16, please. It would be APP 0090.
Florida's definitely not like the rest of us. But I have heard that. I think that's the guy you're talking about.
Were you aware that after the department relieved Michael Proctor of duty that the governor was again weighing in publicly on the decision?
Again, not when this article came out, but yes, I have been aware of this.
And so looking at this article, APP 0090, Governor Healy said in the press that the state police, quote, made the right decision, end quote. Sorry, made the right decision by relieving Michael Proctor of duty. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then looking at the article on page APP 0091, Governor Healy, again, this is on July 2nd, the day after the relief of duty, Governor Healy stated publicly, the colonel made the right decision. I fully support the decision by MSP on this. As you know, it's under internal investigation, and that process will have to go forward. This was the right move to remove him. This is a process. We have to wait for that process to go forward. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
I actually wouldn't mind the one season. I
Now,
like that idea.
Is it fair to
Sunshine
say, sir,
all the
that
time,
the
man.
state police wanted to move quickly with the disciplinary process of Michael Proctor?
Objection, I'm sorry. What the agency wanted is not an appropriate question to be asking what the agency wanted. What does that even mean?
Can you just rephrase that, Mr. Ryan?
Were you
Oh, it's a
told that
very
the
appropriate
Mass State
question.
Police wanted to move quickly with this investigation?
I was not.
were you aware that, strike that, July 1st was a holiday week, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that the state police wanted to convene the duty status hearing within a day or two after his relief of duty for the holiday?
I wouldn't know that, sir. I'm not involved in that process.
Were you aware that that week Michael Proctor was in California?
I had learned that afterwards,
Were
yes.
you aware that I was away that week as well?
I did not know that.
Was held on July 8th.
I believe that's the date, yes, sir.
Could you go to balance exhibit? What's the date on that?
2nd, 2020.
What's the date of the scheduled duty status hearing on that?
July 8th, 2024.
I'm getting an error. Are you guys buffering? You guys got to let me know because I'm getting an error code on YouTube.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor had to appear virtually?
I had learned that after, yes.
Now, could you look at appellant's exhibit 55?
It's not buffering on my end, but is it buffering on you guys' end?
Okay, sir.
What is this?
Okay.
Appears to be the department's policies and procedures index.
Cover sheet and then an index of all the policies and procedures?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with all the Mass State Police policies and procedures, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say it is over 800 pages and with rules and regulations about 1,000 pages with policies and rules?
So I don't know the number, but that
I'd say,
wouldn't
yeah,
surprise
about
me.
the Mass State Police and the way they operate when it comes to trying to throw somebody in the bus. We've heard some interesting stuff.
You know, could you look at appellant's exhibit 19, ABP 0106?
Yes, sir.
You have that in front of you, right?
I do.
And is that an email from you?
It is.
Dated Monday, July 1st, 4/22/35, correct? Yes.
Yes.
There are no ticking procedures, and the designated.
For lack of a better term, yes.
So in lack of a better term, he'd be one of your bosses in Opium, correct?
Yes.
And so would Keith Egan?
Yes.
And Keith Egan, what is his title?
Major.
And he was a major back in July?
Yes.
Damn it. I'm trying to figure out this
So the first
issue
email
that
on
it might just be
0106 is
YouTube
from you
that's
to
doing it.
Robert
I don't know.
Shoemaker, and John Goslin is copied, correct?
Correct.
And what's the subject of this?
IAS 24-0014 potential violations.
And you authored some potential violations.
I changed it down from HD
for
to
Michael Proctor's case.
Yes.
regular to see if that helps.
And so you mentioned on your, and on an APP 0107, what is that?
That is the letter that I drafted that highlighted the possible violations.
And you mentioned possible violations, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in paragraph 2 of your the information that Trooper Proctor sent included information about the decedent, as well as information about potential suspects. This could be a potential violation of rules and regulation 5.23, correct?
Correct.
Now, could you look at the respondent's exhibit 24?
All right, it says the stream is healthy now, so I don't know why, but it keeps going back and forth between like excellent condition connection and poor, so it must be a YouTube thing. So I apologize if it's buffering.
0642643.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you previously discussed on direct, and that's Article 5 of the Rules and Regulations of the State Police, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned in your June 26th that potentially there's violation of 5.2.3, correct?
Correct.
5.23. And 5.23 is dissemination of information, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mike Proctor was never charged with that, was he?
I don't know what the specific charges were. It's not something that I'm involved in.
Okay. And down below in paragraph 3, you mention at the end of 3 about some of the text messages. This could be a potential violation of policy and procedure admin 47, bias-based policing, and admin 18, unlawful harassment/sexual harassment, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if he was ever charged with that?
Again, sir, I'm not sure what charges were because I was not involved in that.
That wasn't your call.
It was not.
And is it fair to say that as of this time, you're confronted with a case of text messages on a personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is it fair to say that you were spitballing to try to figure out what the violation might be?
Correct.
Ouch. Spitballing to try to figure out what the violation
And
might
is
be.
that because there's no Mass State Police policy concerning personal content on
Correct.
personal cell phones?
No, sir.
No, there isn't a policy.
No, that's not the reason why I
But is it fair to say there is not a policy of the state police concerning personal text messages on a personal cell phone?
That is correct.
Doesn't look that doesn't look great for the department. You know what I mean? Like you're spitballing, looking for a reason to. I mean, come on.
And so, just going along chronologically, the duty status hearing was held on July 1st, correct?
Yes.
And if we could look at Exhibit 17. Which I believe is the personnel. And and if you could go to APP 0101, look at that.
Okay, sir.
And what is that?
It is personnel order with Trooper Proctor's duty status.
So on that date, Michael Proctor was suspended without pay, correct?
Correct.
And is there any effect to one's health insurance when that happens?
There is.
What's the objection to Collins? I'll another question. If you know the answer.
I believe there is, yes.
What is that?
I believe that it ceases.
Now, could you turn
Pretty much
to
what it sounds like.
Exhibit 22, which is APP 0117. Yeah, that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There's
And this is an email
345
again
of
from
you
Timothy
on
McGurk,
X.
correct?
What are you doing on
And
X?
he's the media relations person, correct?
Correct.
And this is subject, update on Trooper Proctor's duty status hearing. It's dated, the date of this email is Monday, July 8th, 2024 at 2:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And so Mr. McGurk is releasing a press release concerning the duty status hearing.
Of course it was.
The same day it's held, correct?
Yes.
And he says, good afternoon, below is the latest information regarding Trooper Michael Proctor's duty status hearing. Thank you, Tim McGurk. And then he goes on to tell us about the duty status hearing. Midway down the page, he says, as previously announced, the department relieved Trooper Proctor of duty on July 1st, making him ineligible to work. Above that, on background, it reads that today the Mass State Police convened a duty status hearing regarding Trooper Michael Proctor. In any duty status hearing, a board of 3 commissioned officers gather sufficient facts to reach a fair determination about whether the individual should remain on full duty, be placed on restricted duty, be suspended with pay, or be suspended without pay. During the hearing, the department could present evidence or witnesses. The trooper who has the right to be represented by counsel can cross-examine the department's witnesses and present evidence or witnesses of their own. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And then he says, in Trooper Proctor's case, in bold print, the board recommended suspension without pay. Colonel Vaughn accepted the board's recommendation, making it effective immediately, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that you met with me immediately after the duty status hearing on July 8th to discuss an interview?
I believe I did.
Is it still your position that you were not told by anyone to hurry this case along?
I was not.
Have you ever met me before after duty status hearing to immediately convene an interview in any other case?
I can't recall if I did, sir.
Is it fair to say that it's highly unusual to want to schedule the interview immediately on the day of the duty status hearing?
It is not a normal practice.
Is it? Now, this was an internal investigation, correct?
Correct.
It was requested, internal meaning Lieutenant Connors requested, correct?
Yes, sir.
External would mean some civilian complained about something.
Yes, sir.
So this was internal. And could you go, please, sir, to Exhibit 53?
For the appellant or the respondent?
I'm sorry, yes, appellant. 0340.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so, looking at APP 0340, what do we have in front of us here?
This is the policy that it governs internal department investigations.
Okay, admin 14,
Correct.
and it discusses policy on page 1, correct?
Yes,
And gives us some definitions, correct?
it does.
And then on page 2, which is APP 0341, it discusses the rights of the accused employee, correct?
It does.
In this case, it would be Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes,
So it reads, an accused employee shall, receive a copy of the complaint, including the name of the complainant, if known, prior to any employee interrogation, correct?
correct.
Be afforded full constitutional and other legal protections, correct?
Yes,
And be afforded the appropriate protections under the applicable collective bargaining agreements, correct?
yes, sir.
Which means freedom of
So
speech.
Trooper Proctor, under the admin 14, should have been afforded full constitutional protections, right?
Yes, sir.
And he should have been afforded full protection under the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you go to the next, to exhibit 52, please? Which is APP 0336.
Yes, sir.
Money, friends. We can only guess, Jane,
What
but
is this,
those
sir?
are two pretty damn
This is
good
admin
guesses.
15. It's the policy that oversees the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability. The policy that oversees the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability Investigations.
So this is kind of like the Bible for opiate, correct? So to speak.
It's the policy that governs how it works, yes.
All right, governs your unit.
Correct.
And so it's titled Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability Investigations, correct?
Yes,
And the first part of it reads policy, the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, OPIA, in other words, investigates allegations of serious misconduct by employees of the department or as ordered by the Office of the Superintendent or the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
correct.
And so this policy also defines serious misconduct in the middle of the page, correct?
It does.
And serious misconduct is defined as serious misconduct includes, but is not limited to, acts of, 1, corruption, 2, criminal conduct, 3, use of excessive force, 4, civil rights violations, correct?
Correct.
Was Michael Proctor alleged to have been corrupt? Was he charged with corruption?
He was not.
Was he charged with criminal conduct?
He was not.
Was he charged with excessive force?
He was not.
Was he charged with civil rights violations?
He was not.
And on
Exactly.
page 2 of this, which is APP 0337, it tells us about the procedure for opiate cases, correct?
It does.
And step 1, open an opiate case file, correct?
Yes.
2, notify the affected employee in writing. And
Correct.
it gives us a number of things you have to tell them, correct?
Yes.
Number 4, conduct the investigation in a timely manner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Number 5, prepare a report on the investigation for DST. Again, what is DST?
It's the Division of Standards and Training.
So that would be Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker at the time,
Correct.
with supporting facts for each allegation and a classification of the complaint, correct?
Yes.
And then it tells us that you have 4 options: unfounded, exonerated, not sustained, or sustained, correct?
Correct.
And it tells us in paragraph 6, in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 6E, Section 8, Part B, DST shall act as the designee of the colonel, correct?
Correct.
So in other words, Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, pursuant to this policy and General Law 6E, shall act as the designee of Colonel Mott, correct?
When it comes to matters of personnel investigations, yes.
Correct. Now, when you conduct an investigation, do you normally conduct interviews of witnesses first or the subject first?
If there are witnesses to interview, they will go first.
And then after if there are witnesses to interview, you interview the subject after the witnesses during the course of your investigation, correct?
Typically, yes.
And do you recall The answer may be no, but do you recall in this case asking myself or Michael to be interviewed on the date of the duty status hearing?
I don't believe I did, sir.
Okay. Prior to that date, I mean?
Can you ask that?
Prior to July 1st.
No,
I'm sorry, prior to July 8th.
prior to, can you ask the question again?
I'm sorry. Prior, July 8th was the duty status hearing, correct? We agree with that?
Correct, yes.
Do you recall speaking to me before that date about having him be interviewed on that date?
I don't recall, but it's entirely possible that I did.
But again, nobody instructed you to hurry this investigation along.
Correct.
Madam Commissioner, could I request that we maybe stop at this point on sort of at a juncture here with respect to exhibits and such?
I mean, the time is now 4:19, so I think that's a good place to stop.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna guess the rest of that's gonna heat up tomorrow. The way he said he was at like a juncture there with exhibits. So they cherry picked and tried to find said violation. I have no words for that. I have no freaking words. It's deplorable. It's disgusting. You know, this is obviously not the way it's supposed to work, but it just goes to show you that you can't have police policing police. It's all about who you got to make happy and how you make them happy, right? Public pressure, politics, it's half the reason why DA Morrissey isn't effective. And it's because he cares more about politics and more about optics than he does actual justice for actual victims. How much do you want to bet if Morrissey's family or a judge in Dedham or any of Norfolk County's family was the victim in a case like that, or the family of a victim in a case like that, that shit would have been done more efficiently, quicker, and more efficiently? Because I would bet anything that's exactly how that would go, depending on who you are, right? Depending on who you know and who you are. Welcome to my TED Talk on that. So with that, I'm going to go because I am starving and I've been on here for 5 hours, 5.5 hours. I love your stinking faces. I will be back in the morning. Everybody do me a favor. On your way out, hit the like button, the subscribe button. We'll finish this up tomorrow. Well, at least the part that we can finish up tomorrow. Because they have to come back tomorrow. And then there'll be some large gap in between tomorrow and the next time because they still haven't got all their discovery, which is why you would never start this without all the discovery being given over to Trooper Proctor and his attorney. I mean, to even continue to start that without them even knowing who their witnesses are going to be, it's just clinically insane to me. It's not how things are supposed to run. But this is Massachusetts where everything's fucking wackadoo and all effed up and makes no goddamn sense. And if one day I get the hell out of this state, I'll be pretty goddamn happy about it. But until then, love your stinking faces. If you can donate to the channel, we always could use the help. We're a small channel trying to grow, and we rely only on you guys' donations to make that happen. We appreciate you. You can donate one of a bunch of different ways. You can get yourself a membership on the channel as well. We have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. It's all in the description of the videos. It's on the front of the YouTube channel. It's here. It's on the ticker. And then there's a link that is also in the description of the video and on the front of my channel that you can use just credit or debit from anywhere. Most countries as well it works for. I love your stinking faces. And anybody who I get donation from, obviously, when I'm not live anymore and on my replay crew, I will read it tomorrow morning. Sorry you came late, but that's okay. You can rewind. That's the best part about this. I love your sticker faces, and I'll see you all in the morning. Everybody have an amazing day.